Yes, people, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I wholeheartedly offer whatever suits your time zone. I hope you're all doing well. I sincerely do mean that. Today we had quite a few stuff lined up to talk about. Sorry, I haven't woken up properly. We'll talk about Felix, we'll talk about Mudryk, we'll talk about Thuram, we'll talk about Porro, and all the random topics that will come up eventually. All the topics you bring yourself. So again, more importantly, I hope you're doing well. Sit back, relax, and let's get into the show, people. More importantly, I said there's always on Chelsea perspective. Again, I will get to see what we'll have in the chat first because it's about everybody here. It's about those in the chat. It's about again the panelists too. But we'll take it one by one as usual. Liam Lane, the captain of the house, Blue Morning Kachila panel, and chat. I hope you're doing well. Please like and subscribe when you enter if you have not, as it helps the channel grow and reach a wider audience. Yes, already we have 15 likes already. I know we can do better than that. So please keep dropping the likes on the video, whether you're just coming in or whether you've been there. Drop the like on the video. It helps us reach a wider audience. And Laura, my good friend here, says I closed the deal. Atletico Chelsea. Joao Felix will be in London today to sign his loan until the end of the season. The Portuguese will be on loan until the end of the season in Chelsea. Okay, we'll see. A lot to talk about that deal. Some people don't like the structure. Some people don't like the fact. Some are saying that there isn't an option to buy, or some things is an option to buy. But we'll talk about it. Hi, Kachi Blue. Congratulations. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Surely we will show some love when the show starts. Yes, keep hitting the like button. We're at 16 likes. Let's get it to 50 as soon as possible. Let's shoot for 200 likes a day. We can, but only if you want us to. Matthew Lee Benjamin, big up, bro. Big up to you too. I hope you're doing well. Yes, listen to the man. He says, like the damn video. Yes, keep like the damn video, people. The likes do go a long way. Like the video, people. Tapa, again, tell me one thing. We're moving. Tell me one thing. We're moving for Felix and the others in striker options. We have our problems in midfield and right back. Felix counts as midfield. He does. Again, you could say uh, um, he's a versatile player. He can play in the 10 role. He can play as an 8. So I think, yeah, we have issues there, and I'm sure we'll bring in a midfielder. It's just the ones you can say this is one of the ones who were able to wrap up quickly, if that makes any sort of sense to you. Um, Excuse me for the cough. My throat still itches a bit, but I'm far better than I was when I was when I again I had to take a week off actually. Big up, Coach Mason Godday. Big up to you too. I hope you're doing well. Volley guy, importer guy. Again, out. Enough is enough. Yeah, it sounds simple, but it's not easy. You can't. The owner isn't going anywhere. If anybody is leaving, that is if it is even possible this particular season, he will be Bali, but he's not going anywhere right now. Is Joao Felix going to Chelsea? Going to help Chelsea a lot of ways. In a lot of ways, he's a brilliant talent. You could say the reason he'd fallen out. And falling out again with Diego Simeone is that again Diego is the reason we haven't seen him reach that height, reach that level. We all know he can reach. You saw him at the World Cup. See him when he plays for Portugal. You can see what he's capable of doing. But Diego doesn't help because he plays a very very negative form of football. But they've kept him as long as they kept him because he's the reason you could say Atletico, regained their past glory, become how the reason they've become as strong as they've become in recent years. So that's why again he's been there. But I'm hearing he's going to leave at the end of the season because probably they want a more progressive approach to the game. They've achieved again. You could say they've solidified the club. They've steadied the club very well. It's become even more popular under Diego Costa, but they need to be progressive in terms of the style, the approach to the game. So that's, by the way, we'll talk about that. Joao Felix will help us in a lot of ways. We're not going to get into that right now. Yes, people, with just 16 likes. Please keep liking the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Again, we can do better than 16 likes, but it's up to you. So keep dropping the likes on the video. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, people. Come on. Yep. Let's say again, just saying hello to Lola there. We clearly need a right back. Porter is not paying attention. I think we need, again, I think the club fully well recognize, they understand fully well that we need a reinforcement in those positions. But like I said, it looks like our problem is just that again, we we're just again only seeing the deals that are done or the rumors that again the speculation or rumors that are already out there saying linking us to one player, and it turns out those players that were being linked with, none of them is a right back, or none of them is again will be playing in a particular position where we believe we have problems. So calm down. I think they will sort it out. But it's concerning really because we're humans. We ask questions. Why aren't we being linked to a certain right back or left back or to a certain midfielder? Yeah, it can be very frustrating if we're being honest. We clearly need, again, yep, I've read that one. A big up to you too, AB. I hope you're doing well. Felix is good, but he's also having bad injury records. Not that bad, really. I think he's been fit for a while now, but I get your concern. And let's say something Bobby had, again, he said yesterday also. Felix, he isn't going to solve all our problems, but he's part of the solution, if that makes any sort of sense to you. Let's see what else we have. Felix, here we go. Not yet, not yet. Did you see any here we go anywhere? I don't think that has happened, but I think it's close. It's clearly happening. By the way, I think we stole that under the noses of Arsenal because they wanted to sign him. I find it ridiculous that Chelsea fans are chanting for Tuchel to be brought back and how they miss Abramovich. We have an owner now who is again willing to spend the money even more than Roman. I don't think he will ever spend more than Roman. If anytime he'd be able to spend more than Roman at this time where again there's some leeway again. There's some again he's allowed to spend certain amount of money because it counts as investment. So, but again, leave people. They're showing their frustration. So just leave them be, if anything. And again, as you're chatting, if you're in the chat, try to make sure whatever you're typing is aligned with the particular topic so it doesn't exhaust me, so I can last it to the end of the show. If the topic is aligned, I don't have a problem. I will catch up again, and I enjoy. It only becomes a problem if I'm switching between one topic to the other, one topic to the other. Then I'll get exhausted quicker again. Then you know it. Just give me 1 second. 1 second here. Yep, let's keep going. Let's keep going, people. AB says, did I read this one? Yeah, I think I did. AB says again, Coach, again, don't you think Chelsea will then have too many number 10s? Havertz, Pulisic, Mount, etc. with Ziyech, and again, as the only direct winger. You could argue that Felix is a winger. He can play on the flanks too. That's why I say he's a versatile player. The manager can deploy him as a 10, as the second number 9. I think he actually said in an interview that his best position is a second number 9, which again gives Havertz the opportunity to play in behind the two strikers or in behind the striker and all that. So yeah, so he's not an issue. He can play he counts as a winger too. Havertz, Pulisic, Mount, etc. Yeah, this guy will sort out a whole lot of issue for us. So I'm not really concerned about that. Let's see what we have here again. Mudryk, very close to Arsenal now. Yeah, you can say now that we have Felix, and that we most certainly will get Felix. Going for Mudryk doesn't make that much sense. In the case of Mudryk is again he plays on the flanks only, but Felix can play on the flanks and also play centrally as a 10 or as an 8 or again anywhere up top there as a second number 8, as a second 9. So I think he brings again better value than Mudryk, but Mudryk you could say is a specialized winger, which again I wanted him, but I take Felix. Felix means we won't be spending too much in the market to get Mudryk, which again could get us into trouble. But we move from there. It says again, our American daddy is that one guy in the supermarket who buys one of everything on off. Yeah, okay, I get it. If you're watching, please again, let me know. Can you hear me very well? Again, that he used an audio stream bitrate of 128. Why did he drop to 0? Again, let me know if you can hear me very well. My computer is saying my audio bit rate is down to 0. I'm not sure why that is, but let me know if you can hear me. I'm not sure if the problem is mine, and I'm not sure what the issue is and how to change that right now. But that's, by the way, my brother Bobby Fairview, big up. Nice to see you here. I hope you're doing well. Big up, Coach. who's Simon Jordan, or what is his innuendo about the TT being sacked for all the reasons? I'm not gonna even go spend my time in reading what's being thrown out there. I think some people are trying to to justify whatever had the sacking of Thomas Tuchel. I've moved on, but again, I'm not going to listen to anybody who brings it up and then trying to justify whatever happened. It just doesn't make any sort of sense. The Simon, who again, I don't know the person. I have to be honest. How's Mudryk's deal so far? Update is the Mudryk deal. I think on our end is off. I'd probably most likely go to Arsenal Football Club because it wouldn't make any sort of sense to sign him now. Hi, bro. How are you doing, my dear? Again, I hope you are doing well. Give me an update on Felix. Just stay in the chat again. You will see. We'll talk about him soon. We'll have it lined up. We have to get Mudryk. I believe again, like Haaland's. He's a generational talent. You can't call somebody a generational talent while their career is still again at the very early stages. They haven't actually achieved anything. You have to dominate a particular generation to count as a generational talent, if that makes any sort of sense to you. Again, people, if you're watching, if you haven't, take a second to drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate all the support. I think we have 24 likes already. Let's get it to 50 as soon as possible. Again, please, guys, we need to sign best midfielders right now. I'm sure the club, they most likely working in something. Blue blood. Felix is likely to just be a short-term solution, as the loan will not have the option to buy, and Mudryk looks like again the player that they want in the summer. I'm not sure when they want Mudryk, the English youngster. That we'll find out. Joao Felix is done, but Chelsea still needs a midfielder and a right back. Yeah, you could say it's done. I don't know. Did we see? Here we go. I want to know because I have some stuff. I always like to follow the timeline of events. So it's always good to talk about it again. But let's see. Let me see if we'll have a here we go here. I know he's in London for his medical, but we'll get to that in a bit. Let's not give it away. Just 1 second here again. Yeah, let's see. Again, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you so much. Loud and clear. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Ibrahim Sadiq says again, with Chelsea new signings and current way of playing, how do you think the team will perform even after the injuries? Even after the injured players are back, with just again 10 points difference between the first and the last. And last, that's the rank. Again, I think we'll do well, most definitely, if we'll have Rhys James back. All those guys that are injured are very, you can say, very important players to us. Plus, the new signings, I think, will be even stronger. The question now will be how quickly can the new signings adapt to the manager's preferred approach to football or to the Premier League. Those factors do come into play. So I'm moving from that. Yes, and going to join you in about 30 minutes. I am at work and needs to do a few things. Okay, I understand, bro. Again, thank you so much for saying that. And here, smash the like button. Says again, Bobby Fairview. Yes, we have 26 likes. Let's get it to 50 as soon as possible and shoot for 200 likes today. We can actually do that only if you want us to. I really wish to work with you one day. It's easy. Just message me via Twitter and we go from there. Again, I DM'd you. Here we go. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Again, hi, Broken. I really need a keeper and a right back. I'm sure the club, they're looking at areas where the manager, again, has told them we have a problem. And the truth is we don't know about everything. We don't know about everything the club, is trying to do right now. But that's, by the way, we'll move on from that. Just give me 1 second. We'll look at other topics we have, and we'll look at, again, Felix soon. But again, I think let's just look at it. I think it's done. Let's just look at it. Again, as advised by one of, again, the people I trust the most, again, when it comes to the Chelsea perspective, I have to be honest. So let's look at it. It's a here we go. So it's a done deal. Again, if I leave it, it wouldn't make sense why other people have seen it somewhere. So it says, Joao Felix to Chelsea, here we go. Full verbal agreement reached. Loan move on 11 million fee, 100% salary covered by Chelsea. Before leaving, again, JF will extend contract with Atletico Madrid until 2027. Joao will fly to London in the next hours to undergo medical. At this moment, I think he's already in London. So some good news here. Again, I must say, Let me just do something quickly. I need an extra window on the other side. If I don't do this now, I will struggle to cope with this. Yeah, so again, I will go through the timeline to see other things we'll have to talk about here. And let me share the links with the panelists who, again, would want to join me on here to talk about the topics we have lined up. I'll be back with you in a bit. Just 1 second here. Yeah, some brilliant news for us. Joao Felix, as much as he will not solve all the problems we have. Joao Felix he's part of the solution, and we solve majority of the issues we have. He's a fine finisher, a fine creator, and I'm not trying to belittle the players we have at the club already, but you can argue he's better than most of the players we have. Yeah, he's just, and plus he's just 23. The consigning aspect of the deal, I will come back to it in a bit. But I'd like us to go through the timeline before the here we go. But I've shown you Joao Felix at Chelsea is done. I have some issues with the structure, him extending before joining us on loan. What does that mean? It doesn't look like they want to sell him. But we'll discuss that in details in a bit. Yes, people, if you're watching, if you haven't, take a second to drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Yep, again, my mind is everywhere. I just wanted to share the link to the panelists, and then share the here we go link with the panelists, but it's okay. Okay, let's get into it. People, just give me 1 second. We'll get into it in a bit. Yes, if you're just joining, please keep liking the stream, and I'm liking the red heart that I'm seeing. Those of you that know how to use it, keep clicking on the red heart again, so that you will push. I will trigger the YouTube algorithm, and the stream will go to a lot of people that are interested in this particular kind of topic. We move on from that. We'll start with this topic here. Said Zarian on Chelsea Talks. We're already solving this with the club agents, with the club's agents, what and how it will be. I myself cannot say again. I don't know. I don't have a plan in 2 hours. Tells Sports Express. I am a Dynamo getting ready for the season. So it just looks like this one isn't over yet. If we're to believe what we're seeing, it's not over yet. Again, he's saying they're trying to find a solution that's given here. Again, on talks, they say we are already, solving it with the club, which means he will eventually join us. And I want this one to happen as soon as possible because he's a player I like so much. Hopefully, the club gets it sorted out. So it's good. It's a good thing to see. Yeah, our pursuit again of Zarian is back on track because he's a fine player. He's a player, you could say, in the mold of both you could say Cesc Fabregas and Kevin De Bruyne. He's able to orchestrate decisive passes from the central areas of the midfield, which again we don't have players who are capable of creating chances from the central area of the midfield, which leads to us being predictable because we're always trying to create chances from the flanks and all that. Yes, people, thank you so much for 33 likes. Let's get it to 100 likes as soon as possible, and I appreciate that. Potter should go on loan. Yeah, if that's possible. Yeah, again, I get it. We should loan Potter as well. Again, can you help me get a job, bro? What sort of job? I don't understand. And if you want to talk about something like that, you can reach out. Private message me via Twitter. Let's see the sort of job you're talking about. We should you've talked about it. Please don't spam again in the chat. It's all related. We are in this crisis because of a stupid decision to sack Tuchel. We get humiliated by City. Boehly steps back from football operations, and now innuendo that there are other reasons. I think he's probably realizing it's not something that he can do. Plus, it sounds easy on paper, but it's very difficult. There's politics involved, and football politics is different. There's a way to navigate the transfer market to get the signings you want. There's a way to deal with clubs to get the signings you want, and all that. As much as we've heard that he's a good negotiator, I think there are other areas where he probably faltered and realized he has to move on and hand things over to those who are well acquainted with the politics of football and all that. But again, he did it on time. There's still time. We can improve. So I get your argument there. Hey, coach, again, send the link. How are you doing, Taboho? I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for finding the time to join the show. Let me see. Sound good. Thank you for that confirmation there. Again, I know why, at the moment extent, extend his contract. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit. Again, Felix, again, is a panic buy. We cannot buy him when are we going to get, again, a midfielder? You could call it a panic buy, but the good thing is that he solves a problem for us. But I'm not sure the structure of the deal, whether, again, we get a chance to buy him, try to negotiate to buy him. I don't know why. Why would he extend that? To me, because probably he will go back to Atletico Madrid after Diego Simeone leaves. That's how I see it. Says again, Ifai Nzegu, good morning. Good news. Yes, good news. One good morning to you. I hope you're doing well. I know it's still, it's no longer morning. I don't know where you are, but if you're still in Nigeria, it's afternoon right now. I don't think this deal is okay. It's just a 6 months deal. It is 6 months deal, which is till the end of the season. I think by then we'll have time enough to find, again, a permanent signing that will help us solve the problems we have. It's time for Chelsea to overhaul the squad. Now, the ones who play like that, they don't just have any creativity for the team. I think we're doing that, but it will be a gradual process. But I understand. And again, the Blues, Chelsea, and the Undertaker CFC. Big up, bro. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you here. Chelsea should try and get Mudryk because he wants Chelsea. He's what Chelsea needs right now. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll be looking to get him right now. But let's see. Can Jorginho, Koulibaly, Aubameyang, Sterling, or again, minimally contributes to a creative culture, team, and let the young ones develop. I think that's going to happen. But let's see. Bob Brown, our squad is not that bad. Something else is happening that we don't know. I said that before. We're not that bad. There's something else going on, that we don't know. But I hope it gets fixed. So much money. Again, it's Kami. Nice to see you, bro. Again, it looks like he didn't go to work today, but I hope you're doing well. So much money for a 4.5-month loan deal. Our transfer strategy is so random, a little bit extra, and we could get, again, a Marcus Thuram on a permanent. But we're trying to get him right now because during the summer, he will be a free agent and probably, again, we're hearing other clubs are interested. And even the player himself has said he would take his time to consider his options because he's well acquainted with the fact that other clubs are looking at him. So we move on from that. Let's see what we have. We just, again, burned 280 million in transfers to be afraid to go, again, to Craven Cottage. And all we are obsessed with is more transfers. New players will not solve our problems. Again, the fish is rotten from the head. I think, again, that is very correct. But hopefully we find a solution again and our club start playing good football and we'll start winning matches. And then people will start fearing us. But right now, I don't think any team in the Premier League will fear us. Everyone knows that Chelsea lacks a creative and top midfielders like Fabregas, Oscar. Fabregas wasn't tough. Again, Fabregas, again, what defines Fabregas as a player, what defined him as a player during his playing days is his passing ability, his intelligence, his vision. He's not the toughest. One matter wasn't the toughest when he played, but it was about his vision, his intelligence, passing ability, passing range, if you prefer. And that's what Fabregas had. And again, if Joao Felix had that, Joao Felix actually is more physical than those two players. I think he will make a whole lot of difference for us. If you know what I'm talking about, if you know him well. How do you still believe in Futa? Again, many fans are already disappointed. A lot of people are. Thuram, in Aubameyang, Sterling, Koulibaly joining RSC out. I think Aubameyang will most likely leave Chelsea Football Club. And I'm not saying he's a bad player. Whatever has led to him not reaching that level, we believe he'd reach if he joins us, isn't down to him. It's down to us not having the players capable of supplying the balls to him whenever he makes decisive runs. We saw one example. As much as I like Kai Havertz, I was one against Man City where he made a decisive run between two players, and I was expecting Kai Havertz to just find him with the ball. He didn't. To me, that's one of the reasons why he hasn't done well at Chelsea. Rich Chris says again, I pray we make a top four because Man United fans are killing it. Why wouldn't they? Lampard managed Chelsea when Chelsea was burned to buy players. If it was part of Chelsea would have been relegated. What I know is a good coach can still do something with those players. Again, the only way I want to say it is that we should be doing better than we're doing right now. But that's right away we'll move on because I want us to quickly, we're seeing the Here We Go tweet. I want us to quickly come back to the Felix talk. A lot of stuff to talk about there. I've been told we're not getting a midfielder till the summer. Wow, that's concerning, really. I must say that again, and I'm not sure why that is. Yeah, again, let's see what happens. Maybe they're done with Joao Felix again. I'm not sure. Maybe who else? Again, maybe Chukwuemeka gets a chance. If that happens, I'll be happy. Maybe it's again Andre Santos gets a chance. Maybe again that would be I'll be okay with that. Again, I was walking last night. Again, it should be sleeping right now. Paying those bills from 7 again p.m. to 6:30 a.m. UK time. Again, 6 days a week. I understand bills don't pay themselves, and we have to work to be able to pay the bills. This one I'm excited about. I'll talk about it in a bit. And again, for your subsequent comments, please try it again as much as you can to make sure that whatever you're again put in the chat is aligned with the current topic. Right now, we're talking about Arsene Zarayan. Anybody on the panel want to come in for this player?
Yeah, for big up, coach, and big up to Bago.
I hope
Be
you're
honest. That's my guy. Yeah, I'm happy with the. I think this is someone said, I read somewhere, he said this is like Mudryk, the guy, the way he's twerking for Arsenal. It's basically this is our guy. He's basically
this is our own dancer.
Yeah. This guy, this I like this player. Like I like his attitude. Like he really want to come here, and actually, he's one of the key things that we're missing. We're missing a creative midfielder and a defensive midfielder. When people talk about midfield, so if we get this, I'll be happy if this guy comes in. Obviously, I'm only talking here from watching clips. I can't say I've ever watched him play full game.
Yeah, but again, he didn't do it only 2 times to have those many examples you have in the clips.
Yeah, he did well. Unlike Bajishile, or when I watch the clips, I'm like, wow, this guy is really bad.
Bajishile, he will. I don't know how to say that, but again, I think he will prove you wrong. I think he's a fine player. Do you have anything to say? Do you have anything to say, Tavoho?
Here we go.
I know we will get to that. Don't give it away. I think that's the next lined up topic to do, and I want us to go through the timeline of events, and we go again. We'll show that here we go part of the whole team. But go ahead, brother. For Zarayan, what do you know about him? Are you excited again? That it looks like it's happening because given his comments, he's practically saying again they're trying to find a solution to the issue, and it's looking like he's sounding hopeful that it's going to happen. But go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's going to happen in the summer because like the way he was commenting there, it shows something is happening behind the scene.
Yeah, I have
But again, this kid is a delightful to watch, and then hopefully we secure him because as Rodrigo said, we lack that kind of a player at Chelsea because his creative stats are insane at his age. So we lack that at the moment. Creativity. So hopefully soon we get him.
Yeah, I hope we'll get him soon. And more importantly, the kid he wants to come to us. As the first thing Rodrigo mentioned here, he's twerking for us. He's our own dancer, as Mudryk again. Mudryk is Arsenal's twerking for Arsenal. That's how I like to put it. But that's by the way we have we have Showtime in the house. I recognize you. You changed your name, but I recognize you by your avatar there. I wouldn't say your girlfriend, but your friend, a woman you love so much, Marina, is your avatar. But that's by the way. Let me say this quickly. Your thoughts on Arsene Zarayan? Do you know him well? Is he a player you're looking forward to see at Chelsea Football Club?
First and foremost, Happy New Year to everyone.
And sorry, apologies, bro. Pardon my bad manners. Again, Happy New Year to you. We haven't seen you in a while. I hope you enjoyed you enjoyed the holiday, and plus again you're enjoying your New Year.
Yes, yeah, I was in Nigeria. So
did you? I'm jealous now.
I'm in Nigeria.
But go ahead.
But yeah, I mean, I think he's a great talent, a great shout for us. But I also it's a big question mark on what that creativity will lead for us because his creativity over where he's coming from was good. I don't think that it's going to I don't know how well it's going to be shown under us at the moment. As you know, our form is horrible. Our manager is, our head coach is not up to par at the moment. He's out of form. So I just hope that he comes here and doesn't let the
Okay,
stardom
I think,
and
yeah, you're talking about Felix, or are you talking about Zarian? Are you talking
do you
about?
want me to speak about Felix or do you want
No,
me
no,
to
no, no. I
speak
wanted to
about
talk about
Ryan?
Ryan, but I don't
Yes,
think he's.
Ryan.
Do you think he's coming this season?
I think it
This
will be
window?
more. I think this window. I think it's depends on the situation with Pulisic and Sterling. I think that is the problem. How long they'll be
Hmm.
out will determine whether or not we proceed and getting him as fast as possible. I mean, I don't
Hmm.
mind signing him now and letting him stay at the club until the summer. Bring him in the summer so we can clear house a little bit and
Hmm.
make some room for him. But yeah, I think he's a great shout, great young talent. I think we have a lot of great young talents that we have for the future. I just hope that if he comes in now, it's more so he can produce now and not just sit on a bench.
Yeah. Yeah, let me catch up with the chat again. We'll come back. We'll move on to the next topic quickly. I know people are itching to talk about Joao Felix. A lot of, again, you can say concerning, again, details from what we're hearing. Yeah. Again, bro, just, again, work easy. Again, all works without play makes Jack a dull boy. I know, but I get it. The bills don't pay themselves. Basit Abdul, please. Whoa, oh, how many please is there?
Wow.
Shoot Jorginho from the team. Please is not helping the team. I think that has happened naturally, except if Graham Potter isn't paying attention. It looks like Jorginho's time has come to an end. I hope Santos, David Fofana, Chukwuemeka Zakaria will be a great player, or will be great players for Chelsea Football Club. And don't forget that Zakaria is permanent, right? No, it's not at the moment. Have we? Have we paid the money? We haven't, but he comes on the cheap. But we have to the end of the season to see how consistently he performs. I think it will be around 28 million pounds because it's 35 million euros. We have again always again back past that Jorginho. Yeah, okay. We'll move on. What was again about this timed out for? Who timed it out for? Was it me? Did I do that by mistake? Let me know. I don't think I timed anything. And why would anybody time anybody out? Please be cautious on how you timed anybody out, or it must have been a mistake. Was I the one that did that? Please let me know. I'm not sure. It must have been a mistake. I was trying to make somebody a mod because my mind is everywhere. There's a chance I may have done it by mistake, but I'm still not sure it was me. But let me know. Zakaria, again, Sama Chukwuemeka, a.k.a. Okay, it's interesting that Chelsea signing a youth left, right, and center. Yeah, I get it. Who timed who out? We shouldn't be doing that. What did he do that he was timed out for? I want to know, please. Again, we should be careful. If you have, again, if you're a mod here, be careful. And to my brother, Michael Talks of Football, big up, bro. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate it whenever you find time to join. Again, I hope I'd have time also to reciprocate. I can't say the word, man. Big up. Again, this signing makes no sense. But hey, maybe thought it's about, again, the glamour signing. If you could pay 10 million for Joao, then why not pay for Enzo? Here's the difference here. In terms of you could say, in terms of again how much we're paying, and there's a lot of difference. There's a chance if we pay the buyout clause for Enzo, we get into trouble. Plus, we're setting a dangerous precedent here. He's a player again, but I'm not sure how to really answer this question. But as if you're looking at the how much we're paying for him for 6 months, maybe take our time to find another talent who wouldn't pay that much money for that will also help us again. Achieve what we believe Enzo can help us achieve. Rodrigo, can you help me with this one?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense either. So I agree with Michael.
Oh, just go away.
I can't help you. I'm sorry.
So you can't help me explain, really. I thought you're on my side. But basically, to me, how much we're spending now is a huge difference. And there's a chance we'll be spending a whole lot of money. The transfer, we haven't gone. We're still, again, today's just 10th. There's still 20 more days to go. Or so, but again, so with the success, we spend a lot of money on other players, and at the end of by the time the transfer window shuts, you say it not makes sense why we didn't go for Enzo. Remember, we have a technical director who's also a footballing person that understand football very well. You remember, we were all saying the Enzo price is too much. I even said it, as much as I like him, we're just paying World Cup tax. I don't know. Again, Showtime, you want to talk about this from Michael?
Sure. I mean, let me. The signing makes no sense, but they maybe. Yeah, Todd Boehly. I mean, I'm glad he stepped down as sporting director because man, he's just been. It's just the to be known in the media now when it comes to Mr. Boehly.
And he's
And
achieved that.
yeah, we're in the news cycle. I guess that's what he wanted to just do, put us in a news cycle because we're linked to each and every player in the world. I'm not paying 140 or 20 million dollars for Enzo at all just because he won the World Cup. I mean, who's to say he'd come in and have that same impact on the Premier League, top flight Premier League club as in Chelsea? I mean, he's a good midfielder, solid midfielder. I mean, if it was in the summer, yeah, because I know that one of the two superstars that we have as now, as in N'Golo Kante, the engine, and pizza-loving boy Jorginho, one of them will be leaving. So if Kante signs the extension, I'll bring in Enzo to cover for Jorginho for sure. But as of right now, Todd Boehly is just trying to be in a new cycle, and he's doing a great job at doing that. That's why we're sitting 10th in the Premier League, and we're out of all domestic cups because Todd Boehly is a waste man, and he's wasting our premier ability to be top flight Premier League club in the world.
And you could argue we haven't been strategic enough. I think we're everywhere. There's a bit of confusion, again, in the clubs, within the club's hierarchy, a bit of confusion. That is, we're sensing that from what we're seeing and what's going on in the market. Them not, again, we're not hearing anything. Again, there's a chance they're doing, but we're not hearing. We're not hearing it in regarding areas that we believe we need to reinforce, to buy players again, to help us again become better, like the CMs, like Michael mentioned again in his subsequent comments, like also right back again a competition of 4 regimes. It doesn't look like we're doing that, but again we'll have to recognize there's a chance they were doing that behind the scenes, but we don't know. But I get Michael's argument; it makes sense. But let's see what happens by the time the window shuts. That's when we can conclude and say, yeah, they didn't do well. I don't know, Tobacco, you want to say anything, or should I move on from that one? But Michael, again, more importantly, bro, I cannot thank you enough for the donation. I sincerely do appreciate that. Much love, and I'm looking forward to, again, to being on your panel when we get to play again Liverpool, and you being on the panel when the time allows. Again, we will talk about that because you're really your knowledge of football. Again, I love to listen to you talk to football whenever time allows. Tobacco, you want to come in, or should I move on? Okay, looks like he's not close to his microphone. Also, Michael, thank you so much again. Please like and subscribe when you enter. If you've not, as it helps the channel reach a wider audience. We're at 55 likes now, but believe me, if we had the poll that started when this show started, it have again nearly 200 votes right now, and I'm serious about that. Excuse me, the Blue Chelsea. Sorry about the cough, people. Because if Chelsea don't revamp it now, it will surely be be even more. Will surely be even more left behind by the other teams. But no matter what you want to do, the process has to be gradual. If you make it drastic, we'll be in serious trouble. For instance, let's say had we let what's his name? Well, had we let Christian Pulisic leave when he wanted to leave, or let Hakim Ziyech leave when he hopped on a plane to travel to the Netherlands again to facilitate a move back to Ajax. Ajax Amsterdam would have been very thin right now. The situation, you can argue, could have been worse. But that's, by the way, we move on from that. Chelsea needs a CM desperately. We do need that. How I used to explain it is that we need players that are capable of creating clear-cut chances from the central area. Because, again, only managers, if you get opposition managers that are stupid, will not look at us and recognize that we're only able to create clear-cut chances 90% of the time from the flanks and mainly on the carpet. So it's usually easy to stop us. And you could argue that's the reason why when we play teams that defend deep, low blocks, if you prefer, we usually can't do anything because we only try to put in the crosses from the flanks and on the carpet, and they're able to stop that. So again, we need players. Yes, we need CMs. Or central again, or CAMs, or central attacking midfielders that are capable of producing double digits in terms of clear-cut chances created from the central area. That way, we'll have again diversify. Our chance creation will be diversified and will be very difficult to stop. If that makes sense to anybody here, it's just interesting to see Chelsea signing the youth left, right, center. But another problem will be leadership on the pitch, or again a winning mentality and maturity. And again, that brings to mind. I know some of us are saying Aspi is done. Aspi didn't resign. Again, the club didn't choose to extend his stay at the club just because he's one of the best right back in the world. No, it's because of that leadership you talked about. And had he gone, had he gone when he wanted to join Barcelona, when Barcelona wanted him, maybe we would have been in a much dire situation right now, because we don't have the person that will actually talk in the dressing room, and the others will listen, and the younger players will listen. But he's just playing right now because circumstances calls for that. He's available and he's capable of getting the job done to an acceptable measure, so we'll field him. So yeah, we would have been in a much more serious situation had he gone, really.
Thiago Silva.
Thiago Silva too. Yeah, and all those
Aspie
guys.
left. We had Thiago Silva. We didn't need Aspie to stay, to be honest. I think what Aspie did was cover up the fact that we needed another right back. See Rich James? If we would have had another right back that we brought in the summer, we wouldn't have this problem with Azpilicueta playing and we getting the same old Azpilicueta for the past 3 seasons, you know?
Yeah. But again, we had to make do with what we have. Okay, if that makes any sort of sense. I think Zakari and Chukwuemeka are huge players for the starting 11. Please, I'm going to say this again. If you're in the chart, make sure whatever you're saying is aligned with whatever you're talking about. That way, I think I don't get exhausted before 1 hour into the show, because the brain switches again to process whatever next I'm seeing. Mudryk, Thuram, hopefully we'll go to Chelsea. Mudryk isn't coming. Probably will join Arsenal soon. If we're being honest here, hopefully the owners of Chelsea will overhaul everything now. It's not that simple. Give us Toko back. Yeah, good luck with that. Again, maybe now that Todd Boehly has resigned, maybe that may well happen. You don't know. Maybe he's resigned again to avoid shame as to when Toko gets hired again. I don't know. Again, Toko isn't coming back. Get over it, and I think so too. But let's see. Francis Winters, bigger panel, just back from work. Felix Isabella. Again, how does it fit in? Do we have enough, again, to complement what he's going to, again, offer to us? That's a big question. Good morning to you, my brother. I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for finding the time to join the show. And if you haven't, guys, go check out Nee Zion's YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe. Let him know I sent you. And Nee, whenever you can, share the link to your channel so that people can go check it out and subscribe. Thank you so much for finding the time to join. Michael, big up again. I'm glad you're enjoying the show. Chelsea is always, I think he's laughing because I wasn't able to really answer his question. And he's having a laugh at me. And Rodrigo, I was hoping to be on my side, and boom, clearly told me you're alone. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
That's a lot. That was hilarious. Go ahead, Rodrigo. You were saying something.
No, I was just laughing.
That was funny, really. The way you did it, I was like, okay, there you go. And I was hoping that you helped me. Chelsea is always linked to every player. That's the truth. But I think maybe we considered going for Mudryk, but wasn't that serious. Nothing about us is to, again, flight right now. We are in a manufactured crisis. You could argue that. Boehly created this. He needs to fix it. But yeah, he's taking the easy way out. He's resigned. So
whoa.
You
Todd
deal
Boehly
with
created
it.
this. Todd Boehly created this.
You want me to
Roman
explain?
Abramovich and Marina created this. Marina created this. Yes.
How did he create? How did she create this?
Chelsea are on decline due to how we did our business under Roman Abramovich.
Really?
Are
you really saying this?
How can you say Roman Abramovich?
Really?
I know Tottenham gonna defend Marina.
You spent 300 million plus on a manager and sacked him, and the players that we signed under that particular manager that started well under him are nearly all of them are underperforming right now. Really?
And the reason why
are you saying this really?
The reason why we
sacked the manager.
Just hold on. Let's not shout on top of each other's voice. But go ahead, Tobago. Say what you want to say. I'm listening.
The reason why we signed those players is because Marina refused to give Rudiger a contract and Christensen a contract. That's why we replaced those players. Did you
ever thought about the fact that if Rudiger wanted to stay, he would have stayed until the club is sold and see if he get another contract? He wanted to leave because if he leaves, he gets more money.
But they delayed it.
Why were they delayed? Rudiger at one point lost form. Lampard didn't play him, and you want the club to offer new contract to a player who barely gets on the bench in most cases. And it was as if he was going to leave. And I thought he was going to leave. And there was an article by Patel Swagger. Maybe it's time for Rudiger to leave the club. And even Rudiger himself said he was everything they said he was then. We only started again talking about, again, giving him new contract the moment Thomas Tuchel came in and realized there's something in this guy he can make, again, he can get him to shine. And he started shining. But at that point, Rudiger probably wasn't happy the way he was treated under Frank Lampard. If he was serious about staying, it would have happened. But he kept saying he will talk with the club after the World Cup, I think, or after the Euros. Again, let's pay attention to those little details. Do I think Marina again was perfect? No. Okay, everybody you name had made one mistake. It doesn't make any sort of sense to say Marina is the reason we're suffering right now. Please, just go ahead.
Yes, we are suffering because of Marina. We gave players like Bakayoko, Batoy contract, sent them on loan for money, and then we couldn't keep our best players. Now we have to replace them. Now we are suffering.
If I'm being honest, and here's the thing. I'm just going to ask you this, and I really want us to move on from this because it's going to lead to, again, an argument that, again, I don't know, maybe we'll get some responses we don't like, but I'm not the one that response will come from. But I'm trying to avoid something. Again, the sort of conversation we'll start having right now, it will lead to some people saying to some stuff, again, it will come across as if we don't respect certain gender or something like that. Here's the thing I want to say is this. The simplest question you should ask yourself is Marina a scout? She's not. And you cannot tell me Marina was the one that said we should go for a certain player. If anything, blame her for the salaries for the players. I agree. But we've gone beyond that. We started solving the problems. We had the new manager signing new players that were playing well under him until we change things. But go ahead, Lance, so we can move on. We have other things to talk about. We don't need to fight about this.
Who finalized the deals, coach?
Who what?
Finalized the deals.
So because she finalized the deal, that's the reason why the players are playing bad.
Why Mykhailo left the club then?
Can I respond?
I don't know. I was never.
Go ahead, Showtime. I know you'll defend.
I was never part of the club's hierarchy. But again, I'm using common sense now to come to a sensible conclusion and not just, again, blame somebody for everything that went wrong at any time. We've gone past beyond that level. Where we had issues was just the deadwood, and we've cleared them all. And things were starting to fix things, and boom, the new owners did what they did, which is the reason why we're here. No matter how you want, that's the response I would give to you. But I like the argument, but we really need to move on for it. We're here to talk about, transfers. But go ahead, if you wanted to get, Showtime, I really want us to move with this because it will lead to an unnecessary, as much as it's enjoyable to debate it, it will lead to an unnecessary, you could say, argument.
I'm not going to speak towards the old regime because that's done. I'm going to speak to the new regime and its faults. The new regime came in and they quickly did a whole 360. There was a blueprint set aside for the way we have done business, and they totally scratched that and went about it in a different way. Who's to say that all these signings that we bring in are going to have a great impact on this wonderful club? Who's to say that all these signings that Mr. Boehly and co. brings in are going to make Chelsea a top flight premier club in the Premier League? It's speaking for himself. Todd Boehly and this new regime has done something that is unprecedented. You sack a manager, which is okay to do, but you sacked a top flight manager and you brought in a manager with no pedigree, no winning. He hasn't done anything in the Premier League to say that he can compete.
And by the way, Ty just showed us that the manager's winning percentage at Brighton was just 31%.
Yeah,
but again, if after looking at that, you have to recognize they hired him as a potential. Because they wanted to give him time, or maybe they hope he'd do better with a better squad. Go ahead.
There's no time for that, though. Why the look of it, we're sitting at 10th in the Premier League. We're not winning any matches. We're out of all domestic cups. We have known to be in the finals of the FA Cup final for how many seasons in a row? Now we are out of it in the third round. And that's based on the manager's tactics and his ability. So Todd Boehly stepping down from his sporting director position was just a fact that he didn't want to take fault for firing Thomas Tuchel at too early in the stages and not letting him finish out the season. It would have made more sense to fire Tuchel at the end of this season rather than in the beginning of this season. Now we're stuck with what we have in Harry Potter not being able to wave his magic wand and make us win because he's a small boy and he doesn't know what he's doing. He's in over his head. You can see it in his eyes that he's tired, frustrated, he's lost. Compare the pictures of him coming in to the pictures of him now. You can see that he's lost. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know how to manage a top flight club. And he's lost. And that's on the hands of this new ownership. The blueprint that was given to them was just suddenly, oh, no, we're going to do it our own way. And now we have to be stuck with that as Chelsea fans. We love the club, but we hate the new way that we're rolling into, honestly. So you can't blame Marina and Roman Abramovich when they gave us 20 years of successful competing for trophies each and every year.
I think we should just move on from that topic. If anybody has had any response, they should bring it. Again, it's an argument that I'd like us, again, to discuss at length, or you can say a topic, because, again, it's enjoyable. People enjoy it, and it brings out, again, the spirit in all of us to defend whoever want to defend on either side, whether it was her fault or not. But, again, we've moved beyond that, really. But I get to Brago's argument. I don't know. I'm not going to, again, that's one argument. If you say, I will give you my response, but I know what I'm trying to avoid here. And if you, again, Chelsea, again, when they hear Man City want this player, boom, they quickly get that players again. But have they produced a result for Chelsea? The answer is zero. Again, you must be a Man City fan. To be honest, Rudiger agreed on the long term. Again, it was everywhere then. A long-term contract, but because of the sanctions, it got postponed. A lot of stuff went on then. If we're paying attention to what really happened, again, and I'm not going to get whose fault it is. Again, it is clear as day. We made a huge mistake. The owners started, well, they showed they can spend the money, but made a very huge mistake. No matter the reason why they decided to start Thomas Tuchel, that was the biggest mistake. Because all the players that, again, this is as clear as day. They were signed under Thomas Tuchel, are struggling under Graham Potter. And again, probably because he didn't have a plan for them, but Thomas Tuchel had a plan for them. Look again, as badly as you may think Rudiger is doing now, he wasn't that bad under Thomas Tuchel. Again, as badly as you may think.
Coach, just imagine Rudiger under Mr. Potter now. You see how bad he was under Frank Lampard. You think that Rudiger will have some respect for Mr. Potter if he was the manager now? Just like what?
Again, the list of my concern is who the manager is, because whoever the manager is, I will support that person. Chelsea is the entity I support, and because if Chelsea does well, I will be happy. So whoever is the club's manager, I will support that person really. But that's, by the way, again, we'll move on from that quickly, and I want us to switch topics because this thing is getting tense. And Tobago, I wish this wasn't when we weren't here to talk about transfers. Again, we were here to talk about whose fault it is, and I think we should really, because it makes for a good argument, a very entertaining topic for those again in the chat. We should do it maybe another day because we don't have too much time, and it's 5 a.m. already. Soon it's going to be 6, and I'll be talking about getting my son get ready. We have a lot of topics lined up to talk. There's no infrastructure in the club. That's why again players come here and cannot perform. You can argue that. Let's see, by the end of the window, Boehly would have blown $500 million on transfers. And we are, again, I get it. I will scroll to the very bottom. And sorry if I'll try the best I can to get your subsequent contributions in the chat. But again, I cannot just read all the comments right now. I just need those who can say yes. If you come with your argument, you will be sacking. That's why Tuchel, Marina, and Czech were out. Okay, if that's the honest thing. But I don't want us to make this argument about whose fault it was that where we're at right now. I am also listening. Great discussion. Yeah, a great one indeed. Again, regarding whose fault, I think we'd go into that another day because this will stop us talking about the topic. Well, it's a heated one. Is there, again, and Choma, by the way, I hope you're doing well. Thanks for finding the time to join the show. Is there any feud between Pedro Porro and Felix? Again, I read reports that both players I will not like to work together. And I saw a meme, more like a meme, having them both, having one sitting on the bench and looking at the other like, what the heck am I doing here together with you on the same at the same club? So Porro and Felix, yeah. Again, I have to find out. I don't know what that is. Again, here's the thing: we have every right. Again, it's not blaming; it's criticism. And again, remember, we've talked about him the other day. Even again, Bobby was mainly, for instance, Bobby mainly blamed the players, but also recognized we have a problem with the manager. He hasn't done everything correctly. If anything, the only thing I've seen against that was again the days we played well under him is that we see more progressive passes, more vertical passes than under Thomas Tuchel. If anything, but again, if you're a human being, if you're not open to constructive criticisms, then you're not gonna progress. You're not gonna become better. And it looks like he's paying attention. He's starting to maybe polish whatever he said. And the best thing I've ever heard from him is him saying, "I can do better." Yeah, that we should be doing better. And that's all I've been saying all the time. That again, as bad as we are, as depleted as our squad is, we should be doing better than we're doing right now. Terry and Wentbridge all over again. Wow, now I'm getting where that story is going, but I don't want to talk about it right now. About the right back, why are Chelsea fans want a backup for Reece James instead of a good player that can bench him? Exactly. We don't say a backup here. We say competition, or we say, again, they can challenge him, a rotational player, if that makes any sort of sense. And we'll move on from that. To be honest, I don't blame the manager. I blame, again, the players. It's their job to perform well, and they are clearly not doing so. But there are some tactical aspects of the game. When you look at it, you'd come to that.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
I remember Liverpool, they lost Van Dijk, they lost their key players. How were they performing? Due to our injury issues at the moment. Let's forget about Graham Potter.
With our make top four.
Oh, hold on, let him drop. Go ahead, Tabago.
Oh, so the season is over now, is what you are saying.
Mathematically, it's not over. Go ahead, ask your question. Don't worry, drop first. And
we'll see. How Liverpool were doing that time when they lost Van Dijk? Were they doing good?
The performances were mixed, and let me again.
No,
I'm not saying. Here's the thing. Tabaho, I'm going to say this. I'm not saying we should be firing on all cylinders. We're supposed to be firing on all cylinders. We should be doing better than we're doing. The previous game before the last one we played against Manchester City. Did we play as horribly as we did in the last game? No, we didn't. We didn't. If that makes any sort of sense to you, we should be doing better. That's all I'm saying. And for the last game against Manchester City, all we were asking for was just a spirited performance. Even if we lose the game, just like the two previous ones that we lost, we were still relatively happy, accepting, okay, at least we've seen a better display. But that makes any sort of sense to you.
But our players consistent, because we are seeing on and off form. This game they play this way, second game they play this way. So is our players consistent also, regardless of the manager? Our players consistent. Which players at Chelsea are consistent at the moment? And then show me the stats of our players from our midfielder to our attackers.
So are you saying that Graham Potter is the manager, that nothing that has happened is his fault?
So
no,
okay.
I'm just asking you I've tried to answer your own question, and I'm asking you a counter question. Are you saying that he's perfect and that there's nothing that has happened, nothing bad that has happened? Again, the poor performances, you cannot blame him for any of them. Is that what you're saying? We shouldn't be critiquing him. That he's perfect. He's even better than Pep. That the whole thing comes down to the players. Is that what you're saying? I want to hear.
No, the critics should go to the players and Graham Potter. But what I'm hearing is Graham Potter also. So my question to you, the players under Thomas Tuchel, even last season, who was our top goal scorer last season? Let's go there.
I don't remember. I think it was Jorginho. Correct me if I'm wrong. Or the past two seasons was Jorginho. Who was last year? I don't know. Why'd you ask? Go ahead. I'm listening.
So is our players better? Is our attackers good?
Can I answer this question? No, we're better off with Reece James in the team. We're better off with N'Golo Kante in the team. But again, should we be doing as badly as we're doing? No.
And it's still, coach, still with the form that we're with the form of missing James and Chilwell last season, where were we in the table at this time? We were not in 10th place. If you want to keep comparing managers and whatever, look at where we were last season with the same injury problems and look at where we are now. Because these injury problems is not nothing new to our club. So you can't keep saying, injuries. We've been having injuries for the past how many seasons?
Even Potter in that interview where he said, I should be doing better, he could have said, you know what, we have too many injuries. We have about 12 players out. That's the problem. But he realized there's something he didn't do right. And he said, I should be doing better. He personally said himself should be doing better. If that makes any sort of sense, the argument isn't whether he's a perfect manager or anything for us or whether he's not. No, that's not the argument. We should be doing better than we're doing. And the manager has recognized that. Kudos to him, because more than 50% of solving a problem is recognizing you have a problem. And Bobby, remember, I know you're at work. Again, this is a random topic. We'll move on to the structured topic in a bit. If anytime you want to come in, I've told you always allowed to say you want to come in with something you want to say, and that's fine. Go ahead, Showtime, so that I can catch up with the chat and we'll go to the topic. Otherwise, we're not going to get done for the day. Go ahead, Bobby.
I know you're afraid to let me speak.
No, I'm not, Bobby. I'm not.
And based on what you've said, I will very, very much welcome at some point of your calling the Marina conversation.
Yeah, I think we should
tear that thing apart and shame so many people that talk up about her. But, that's not what I'm here for now. I think it's so disingenuous, some of the fan base, the way they attack the new ownership. This was an ownership that was selected by Roman. This was an ownership that had to buy this club in a fire sale. They had no time to do anything. The ink was still wet on the contracts when they were well into the transfer season, and they had to go into the transfers to do something of a situation where we had lost our key members of our defense. We had lost some of the attacking members. We had a failing problematic striker that was purchased for £100 million and was on 300k a week. So let's not pretend everything was bright and rosy when they took over. They did what they could. They spent money. Yeah, they spent money. People are always going to go on about Chelsea and spending money. They're already calculating how much these people have spent already to try and use it against us. I don't care. I don't give a damn. They can spend 10 billion on players and on structuring the club. I welcome it because everybody else spends. Nobody talks about what Real Madrid spends. Nobody talks about what Man City spends. But if Chelsea spends, it's a crime. If Chelsea bids, it's a crime. If Chelsea talks to a player, it's a crime. It's always a crime. If Chelsea buys a player, it's a crime. We have people in our so-called fan base now criticizing them because they've done a deal for Joao Felix. What do you expect them to do? Nothing? What's out there for them to do? They're doing their best. They criticized Todd Boehly for taking up interim sporting director. When he employs people that are able to do that and steps aside, they criticize him and mock him for doing that. They criticize the whole consortium because they purchased the club for 4.25 billion. They're trying to build a stadium. This entire Chelsea project is a massive one. It is an expensive one. It's a rebuild. It's just started. Yes, we were all hurt by the humiliation at Man City and the apparent defects of our current manager. But, having had time to sit back and think about it, let's reflect upon when he did have some of the squad members and what he did with the team in the Champions League. And indeed, in some of the league games, he wasn't losing then. He was winning. So I think we need to all have a little bit of patience, all have a little bit of less criticism. So much finger pointing, Boehly this, Boehly that, yada, 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 yada. What the hell do you want the guy to do? If he sits and does nothing, you criticize him. If he does something, you criticize him. If he takes responsibility, you criticize him. He buys a player, you criticize him. The player hasn't even kicked an effing ball for Chelsea. You're calling him out as if he's done something really bad. I think it's enough. I think it's enough. I'm fed up with this so-called fan base. We hardly ever can you get onto a platform and people get together and they talk objectively and constructively. It's always denigrating the club, sullying the club, trying to make the club look bad. This is from the home fan base, not to mention all the rubbish we get from outside. It's too much. It's too much. The geezer has just done a deal for us. Let's wait and see how the deal pans out. We haven't got our injuries back. We've got people like Mason Mount misfiring. So good. Let Joao Felix come in and put the fire up his backside, even if it's only for 6 months. I hear the next one almost coming through is Marcus Thuram. I'll welcome that with open arms. And if they want to do Mudryk, let them do Mudryk. I'm not an Arsenal fan. I couldn't give a stuff about Arsenal. If we manage to get the deal done and it comes to us, great. If we don't want the deal and it goes to Arsenal, well, that's just too bad. But all this, we shouldn't go for Mudryk. Why the hell not? It's a free market. It's a free market. We bid £85 million for Enzo Fernandez. And Benfica went to the media and started saying, I'm insulted. Yeah, what a nice insult. £85 million. That's an insult.
Throw that one at me.
You know what I'm saying? Because you wanted 127 million euros. Because you're greedy. How much did you buy him for? Let's get real. And the Chelsea fans get onto it. Oh, Chelsea, they disrespected Benfica. Oh, only 85 million. How dare you? Is it your money? Can you afford a penny, not to mention £85 million investment? And they're still talking for this guy. Crikey.
Yeah.
The only thing I'll listen to is what Chelsea need is if they get this guy in, they've got to start working on that solid, strong defensive midfielder, because it's good to have the offensive flair players, but we need that solid base. Yes, they've done Badia Shah. Good. Let's see how he performs. I don't like the idea of sending out Fofana on loan. I think he's good enough to stay in the squad. And let's try and do that DM deal.
I think he stays. And more importantly, Bobby, he has his work permit. I think he stays. But go ahead with what you're saying, brother.
And just to conclude, more importantly, don't criticize Boehly because he's given the job that he employed people to do. What is this? Oh, he's trying to hide.
So, Bobby, can you explain the resignation? Did he resign? Or what happened? We want to know so that there's clarity, because you just say something that we shouldn't even criticizing him for resigning if he's given the job to those that are well acquainted with how it's done. But go ahead.
It makes no sense. And let me explain what has happened here. Todd Boehly, Egbali, Clear Lake, and I forgot the Weissman, whatever his name, the owners of Chelsea.
Andrew, No, not Andrew. What's his first name?
Something I don't know. The Swiss guy. The owners of Chelsea
Hansi
Football Club.
Weiss.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
The owners of Chelsea Football Club had to act quickly. They came in. Todd Boehly remains the chairman. He's the chairman of the board. And that's the structure. The directors are people like Egbali, the Wiseman guy, some woman called Harrison. There's a whole board structure. But Todd is the chairman. He took responsibility of the situation. They wanted to have a director of football. They wanted to have a sporting director. They wanted to have a chief scout, all of their own. They wanted to have a manager of their own. And you can't begrudge them that. I love Tuchel, but he wasn't what they fancied. Fine. I didn't buy the club for 4.25 billion. They did. So it's their right. And they're not wanting to waste their money. They decided to embark on a project that they feel will give them dividend in the end. So Boehly held the fort. He tried to do deals. He tried. To be fair to the geezer, he never came out and told us, oh, I know everything about European football. He learned on the job and learned really quickly. Yeah, he got his fingers burnt. Yeah, he may have wasted some money here and there. I think he did. But they knew that there would be collateral damage. That's where the term comes from, collateral damage. And thank God They've got deep enough pockets to be able to absorb that. Eventually, they got Christopher Vivell and Paul Winstanley, both as directors of football. And what Boehly then did was, okay, guys, you're here to do this job, and you're here to do this job. Both of them in different capacities. I think one is the director of football, one is a sporting director, one oversees the whole project, one activates the project. So he said, okay, now you're here. I'll hand the reins of transfer dealings over to you, because you are the guys that are actually now going to point out the transfers, negotiate the transfers, effect the transfers, because you know football. You know the European market, you know the South American market, you know how to use the scouts. And I will focus my energies now on helping the people I've brought in to expand the club, buying new clubs, focusing on the stadium, buying more land for the stadium. How long? It hasn't been a year since these guys took over the club, and they've done tremendous work. So what Boehly did was, fine, you're here, I hand it over to you. Christopher Vivell, Paul Winstanley, and now directors of football responsible for transfers. And of course, they will answer to the board and answer to the chairman of the board, who's Todd Boehly. That's all he did. Now people are coming here attacking him. Oh, he resigned because they might call back Tuchel. Who told you that? Oh, he resigned because he's ashamed of what he's done. How dare you? What are you talking about? The guy did the right thing.
Yeah, thank you so much again for taking the time to talk. Again, here's the thing. One thing is clear. It's not easy, again, how much they paid for the club. And it's their business. They handle it the way they want it. He's done quite a lot of good, really. The signings were made. Remember, we were under sanctions. So for being honest, this is just me being as objective as possible. As much as I don't think it's not been perfect, the only one decision I'd always go back to and say, what did you do, was the sacking of Thomas Tuchel, no matter how you try to explain it. Every other aspect since they took over, you could argue they've done well. And yeah, then he had to step in then, because again, the structure weren't complete. Then there were some missing pieces. He had to step in, take a role to help us to even get to where we are. And he wasn't going to keep it forever. He hired a technical director, and they're also he hired revamped the scouting department, the medical, a lot of work going on. I think he was just there on a temporal basis. The frustration all comes down to, the frustration.
Let me be clear, please. I have never liked, and I don't like the sacking of Thomas Tuchel. It's not my choice, but I respect their privilege to do so and their plan. It's their plan, it's their scope, and it's their responsibility. They need to eventually start to make money from this club. So the structures they're putting in place is, one, for the success of the club, two, for the revenue of the club. If they feel Graham Potter's that man, which I don't, give him give them the chance to be able to activate that. He hasn't been. He's been here 4 months. So okay, it's precarious. We're 10th. Chelsea aren't supposed to be in that sort of position, but to start to attack them now, I think it's we're all emotional. We all love the club, but sometimes it's too much. It's too much. We got to back off a bit. Let them do their job.
Yeah,
sorry.
I get it. Hopefully, we'll move on from that one. I don't know, Roger, if you have anything to add, so we can move on from that particular topic. Just quickly, let me see if I can get anything. The problem is half the fan base was, again, a microwave results when we are clearly trying to rebuild. You could argue that, again, we don't really have a good backup. Stop using the term backup. Backup is the reason why we need competition, not really backup. Sorry, Bobby, the only person who hasn't back patience here is Boehly. No one told him to come in here and call our structure. He has, again, done something really bad. Again, if that's, to me, I've said it how I want to phrase it in my own way. I think the biggest mistake he's made is what they've made, because it's a consortium letting Thomas Tuchel go. No matter the reason you give me, I would say that was a mistake. But other aspect, I think he's done fairly well, to me, honestly. We're so used to chopping and changing managers to get quick results. Now they cannot wait for the review. Nobody's saying, I haven't never said fire Potter right now. I say give him to the end of the season. But that doesn't mean if I have concerns, I shouldn't voice it. I will voice my concerns. I will say I'm saying this, and like I told you, I'm very happy that he recognized he needs to do better. Maybe that will lead to things again to turn to the right direction, and we'll start doing well. But again, yeah, the players are they bad? They are, but we shouldn't be doing as badly as we're doing. That's by the way, again, unbalanced squad is something we have for many years. We're looking for a backup for recent. He's not coming again after many years of playing Alonso. We finally Cucurella. We need a number 6 and a number 10. I think that's a good argument. Let's see, again, our structure needs to change. Fairview, we have a good structure right now. Do you want to go start afresh again? If anything, I think we need one more. I don't know what I see. One more appointment. I don't recall what it was exactly. I just went blank. We had poor structure. All we used to do was again overpay. At the weekend, we overpaid quite a lot under Romani. If we're being honest, it was just again it show us the hottest property in Europe, and we'll pay the money and get the player without even considering whether that particular player will fit into our project. But that changes now. And again, here's the thing. One thing I can agree, again, where we have a problem for what the former owners did, that we're now known by every club as the club that will sign the check, just quote the price. Because then we weren't afraid to quote the price. We'll spend a lot of money, and the owner will find a way, again, to navigate FFP, and then we'll end up owing him some money. But that will stop now, because we have people who, again, they have to make profit. It's business, first of all, before they're football fans, if that makes any sort of sense. So that's where one thing, when you look back, you say the previous owners, they've created a big problem for us, because the current owners, again, it would take time for the clubs to learn. These guys are not the same as the same people that when you go to them, say again, we want 200 million, they will just drop it. No, they're not going to do that. I give them credit to how much they end up getting for Final Four. Again, I give them credit actually for not just paying that 128 million for Enzo Fernandez. I don't want us to bend over whenever anybody say, come on, bend over, we'll do that. No, it was set a dangerous precedent. We're still recovering from the one that was set by the previous owners. But that's, by the way, again, Boehly turned up at a successful club as the smartest man in the room, dismantled everything that supported our success for the last 20 years. This is completely on him, and we need to make it happen. I'm glad that you will be on the panel soon, and we'll make that the topic in a few days, and we'll battle that out again to get it out of our system and move on. Our judgment on Porter would be, again, based off the players' development. Here's the thing. One thing I've said is this. Again, they set a good foundation. The long-term future of the club is really, really bright. It's looking good. But the immediate future is where I'm concerned, for obvious reasons, where, again, a lot of players are injured. We have, again, something that for long-term now, we're not able to create clear-cut chances from the center area of the pitch. All of our chances come from the flanks, on the carpet, very predictable. Once oppositions defend deep, we're done, practically. And we need a player who's capable of pulling the rabbit out of the hat and let us win games, such as, again, when opposition defend him. That comes in handy. But that's, by the way, on CFCOG. Big up, brother. I hope you're doing well. Again, sadly, I am working hard. Again, I'm working hard at the moment. Update shots again. Yep, again, nice to see you, brother. Again, bills don't pay themselves, and I understand. If you want, whenever you can, share the link to your channel so people can go check it out. And guys, sorry, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. We have quite a lot lined up, and yeah, we don't have too much time right now. Again, before the show ends. So apologies if I skip your comments. Let me see what we have. Again, hi Chelsea fans. Hi to you too. If I skip your comments, I'll try to get your subsequent contributions in the chat. Mubashir Yare, I says yes. That sounds like a Nigerian name. Correct me if I'm wrong. But Kuchila, you sounded happy when Tuko left. No. I have a show to host. And just again, he's left. We have to move on. And again, what I sounded happy for. I liked what what's his name? Graham Potter did at Brighton. I liked how his team played without fear, how they played as a unit. And I didn't even pay attention. Again, I'm going to credit to Ty for digging up the numbers that he had 31 win percentage. I didn't look at that. I've always liked him as a manager, how his team played. But now he's become Chelsea manager. We're having a closer look. We're seeing a lot of issues. Probably if it was Brighton, we wouldn't be looking at them, at those issues. And again, I hope he does well. But the truth remains, the 31% win percentage, I think the owners probably they did see that before they hired him. But they hired him as a potential manager, as a manager with great potentials, as a manager that's capable of doing well at the club at Chelsea, where he'd have better players. Maybe again, just how you sign young players. It's the same thing. After all, that's a first for everything. I was happy that he was the one they chose, and I thought he was going to work. I still believe it can work if he starts learning from his mistakes like he's shown he will. But things aren't really looking that great right now, because when you start hearing a manager keep repeating how the owners support him and the owners coming out to put out a statement, usually it doesn't end well. And if it ends well for him, I'd be happy for him. But let's see what happens. There will be a lot of outgoings in the summer. Graham Potter is fully backed to get rid of the bad again. Maybe that will help him. Do an Arteta on the boys here. Let a lot of people go, a lot of the big names that has clearly been the issue in the squad, and get players that will respect him, listen, and help him again implement his preferred approach to football. Maybe we'll start doing well. Let's see what else we have here. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Why Joao? We need again an immediate solution, and probably paying for Enzo Fernandez again. By the way, they're two different profile players. Paying that much money for Enzo Fernandez would have been problematic for the club. Maybe the club is okay, get Joao Felix, fix again the attacking area a bit, then have enough money to sign other talents. Maybe they've recognized other talents they can pay less for, that can come in and do better than Enzo Fernandez. In the price being put for Enzo Fernandez, we're paying the World Cup tax, given how well he did at the World Cup, if anything. But Joao Felix will help us solve a problem. Yes, it is for 6 months, but at least to the end of the season, that's again, we need an immediate solution to a lingering problem, if you want to phrase it that way. So I'm happy he's joined us. Really, I was listening very, very well that day. Okay, Choma, you win. Imerigo, if that makes you happy. But that's, by the way, really, I get it. You win. But where Boehly went wrong was to think he can act in all capacities. Okay, completely wrong. That's your argument right there. By the end of January, Joao Felix will be in the middle of the fans. Again, a secular firing squad, just like the rest of our UEFA Champions League. I'm not sure what that represents. Again, I think if we're strategic with the signings, I think we'll end up having a good squad that can carry us through the season and will do relatively well or to an acceptable measure. Please, let's forget about Enzo. I think probably you could say that one is done, but the rumors out that we're still talking with the club. Would we rather Joao Felix for 6 months or have nothing? Exactly. That's the question you have to. You have to ask yourself. UEFA Champions League. Okay, I get that now. Hello, Coach. Again, been a while here. Again, hello everyone. Hello to you too, Bailey. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for finding the time to join the show, guys. We have 72 likes, but we should be doing better than that. If you haven't, please do take a second to drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Roger, do you have anything to say before we talk about Joao Felix, where he fits in, and the structure of the deal? That's, you could say, one of the reasons why a lot of people aren't happy. But I want to get your thoughts on again. You want to say anything else regarding the argument whether it's the manager's fault or the player's fault? I know you're his lawyer, but I like you because you're always truthful. You say it as it is. Go ahead.
Yeah, my approach to bench honour. Bobby, as always, is always so rational, logical, well-informed, etc. I find it so hard to ever pick anything Bobby says apart. It's quite annoying, actually.
Okay, after you guys had a conversation behind the scenes, and you come back in.
Not at all.
Just joking. I know.
What he said, not only was it eloquently put, but it's accurate with regards to the what Boehly and the conglomerate has done. I totally agree with virtually everything he said.
Thanks, Roger. Yeah,
no,
I just like you. I just love my club, and I don't like it messed about.
No, but ditto.
Yeah, go ahead, Roger.
But it also has Bobby can inject anytime he wants to because he's well informed. He's logical. You know, common sense prevails, and that's what you have to do. You know, there's always room for criticism as long as it's constructive criticism. And that's what Bobby always invariably brings, constructive criticism, when warranted. And listen, you have to look at things in a black and white and logical manner. What I will say is the only thing I do have an issue with the previous administration is the fact that whoever was responsible, I'm not going to point fingers, was the fact that the contracts were structured in a way that a lot of them are expiring at the same time in a specific area, namely the defensive line. That's where, learning from the NFL, that they usually stagger them deliberately in certain positions. So perhaps that could have been, at the very least, avoided to a certain extent. That's the only thing I have to say. No one, with the exception of the inner circle in the Kremlin, could have predicted any sanctions put on Chelsea, due to, unfortunately, an invasion of a foreign country. No one can predict this. So this is something that's not befallen. So this is beyond the realm of our control. So I understand and I respect the previous administration for falling into that regard. Having said that, we shouldn't have been put in that position where we had Rudiger and Christensen, for instance, leave the club because of their contracts expiring at the same time. This is what I'm trying to say. Other than that, which is 1 in a million coincidence that we are sanctioned, other than that, we can't critique them in so many ways, because I believe Chelsea's the most successful club in Britain this century, this epoch, actually, so you can't really criticize the results regardless of the way in which administration had run the club. I'm not sure whether this American system will translate into being a data-driven entity. We'll only find out in years to tell, but we have been successful historically. With regards to what's his name, Joao Felix, I'm a person, even though he's unproven in this environment, in this league, I'm really excited about him. He's one of the very few people that I think has the capability of being, dare I say it, the next Eden. I thought Pulisic was going to be that, but doesn't seem to be the case.
I never thought that. I
did.
Pulisic, as much as I know, I like him as a player and he's good. I never thought he'd come close to becoming, again, another Eden Hazard for us in any way. But go ahead.
No. I mean, as a replacement, an adequate replacement. Do you understand? Because he looked quite good for so many months, and then you know what happened. The rest is history. But this chap, he's clinical, and he's got very fast feet, which could translate. If you look at Marnie from Liverpool, fast feet translates into this league. He's a savvy player. He's young. I've really liked him, and I know playing in the World Cup doesn't translate playing in the Premier League. We all know that, and playing in the Portuguese league historically, and then the Spanish league is an amazing league. It doesn't have the depth that we do, but it's still a very competitive league, and I think he's someone that has potential, and I know we're spending 9.6 million on it, but I think that's a drop in the ocean compared to what Enzo would have cost for a 4 or 5 month basic interview. He's on a 4-month interview, ostensibly, is what he's doing. So I think it's quite a good approach. I like this. I like this a lot. So
plus, again, there's a chance we'll sign some other player or other player that we don't know the club are looking at, and probably must have looked at it and say, I think we're better off with this player. And when we sign that player, everybody will go, wow, I think we're better off with this particular player in question. But go ahead.
Can I ask a question? Is Nkunku, is that signed and sealed? Or
yeah, it's sealed. He joins us, I think, in June, or let's say at the end of the season.
So the contract has been signed, yes?
Yeah. Here's where
everything's done. He starts 1st of July.
Okay, I couldn't recall. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Since we're talking about this, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, hypothetically, okay, bear with me. This chap works out, and we extend him, we sign him. to a long-term contract, a 12+1 contract. I'm joking, of course. Then, Nkunku and him, that could be sexy. I know they play in the same position, the left-hand side primarily, but I'm happy about this chat, Coach and Bobby. I really am.
I am. Again, I'll tell you where a lot of people's frustrations are coming from. And just let me catch up with the chat, and we'll talk about that. This is Mount again from Uganda. Tell me the Enzo situation. We'll talk about that in a bit. But let me just talk about it because we might not get the chance to do so. We're not sure where that at. Again, there are where we're at with that one. There are conflicting reports out there. Some are saying we're still negotiating with the club. Some are saying that it's close, that he stays at the club. Again, the current manager is saying that he stays with them. He's happy. He's training well. Some are saying no, he's not happy. He's still pushing. If anything, I think, in my opinion, I think he's still come to Chelsea. I think there's still to come because it's a huge risk for them to try to keep him, given that he's expressed to them, shown them that he wants to leave. Plus, for him to have told them he wants to leave and it became public after 6 months joining them, it's a sign that really he has no loyalty. He never wanted to stay there long term. He wanted to use them as a stepping stone to move to a bigger club. But that's that way. Pulisic needs to hit the weight room again, and he will be fine. I don't think that helps. In most cases, some people, but I get where that is coming from. Some people, who has the issue, that has led to you asking him to hit the weight room. Usually when they do that, they lose a bit of the flair they have. Yeah. It depends on how they do. If they overdo it, it can be detrimental to how they. You could say change how they play. James Oyuga, I would prefer Enzo Fernandez over Joao Felix. Okay, let's see what happens. You prefer a midfielder over a forward? Yeah, good question. I'd like you to discuss that with him. This is because we have so many good wingers. No, we don't. Let me say again, the wingers we have are not anything close to the wingers I've seen play for Chelsea Football Club. Malouda, correct me if I'm wrong, was a winger for us. He was a winger. He saw the spirit, he saw the fight. You don't muscle him off the ball easily. He gets goals. The spirit is always there. But the wingers we have right now, you do the comparison yourself and come to conclusion whether you think they're the best we can do. I think we can do better than them, really. Samson and Chua, nice to see you. Again, a blue smile. Okay, that's you use an emoji and the screen doesn't translate it quite well. It uses the code value instead. But that's, by the way, let's talk about, again, this deal in particular. Just quickly, to show you why you should have a bit of faith in the owner. Again, Arsenal, we heard, we're close to signing Joao Felix. Again, and I didn't expect us, even the Arsenal content creators were all going about how they're getting this one done and how they're going to get Mudryk done too, and leave us in the dirt. This one, again, just 1 hour after hearing, again, it's something else, not this one. Then we heard this one, that we've reached a verbal agreement on Joao Felix to sign him. Chelsea Project appealed to him. After that one, followed by, I think this one came second, which said Chelsea. And now that's a few hours between, I think it wasn't up to 3 hours actually. Chelsea are now expected to close in on Joao Felix deal in 24 to 48 hours as final details of the agreement with the Atletico Madrid, blah, blah, blah. And boom, we're seeing him here in a vehicle, again, arriving in London to get the medicals done and all that and sign the papers. And now it's here we go. That's to show you should have faith in the owners. Look at the speed at which they move if they really want a player. If ever, we've moved for a player and at any time relent, and again, or maybe let the deal fall through and all that, it simply means we don't want the player. In the case of Kunde, we didn't want him. We learned that later, that we actually had the money on the table and Sevilla accepted, but we had doubt, so we moved away. So maybe that was what happened in the case of Enzo. I don't know. Maybe he's still come to us. So my argument is this. Again, in terms of players coming in, be patient. I think they know what they're doing. Plus, now we have Vivel, a footballing, again, our sporting director. He knows what he's doing. So I'm not concerned about the signings. I'm concerned about other issues, really. So you should trust them. Here's where people are really concerned if we're to look at this. I'll start with you, Eddie. They said Joao Felix to Chelsea. Here we go. Full verbal agreement reached. Loan move on 11 million fee with 100% salary covered by Chelsea. Before leaving, Joao Felix will extend contract with Atletico Madrid until 2027 I think a lot of people don't like this. Joao will fly to London in the next hours, which means the other screen should have come before this. But that's by the way, we're moving from that. So people's problem is this part. They were expecting us to have again an option to buy, an option because some of them want it to be on a permanent. They don't like it for being just for 6 months and then he goes back. To me, I like it because I've always said my concern is the club's immediate future. The long-term future, you could say, is signed and sealed right now, given lots of young players who signed, given we have a more functional structure now in terms of the hierarchy, that everything is streamlined. We have I think one more position, again, they need, director of football, they need to fill that position right now for everything to be complete. I'm not really concerned that it's just 6 months, but I don't know why a lot of people don't like it. Maybe because they like the player and they expect us to keep him on a permanent. Your thoughts, AD, if you're there.
Big up, Kuti.
Yeah, big up to you too. Sorry, pardon my bad manners. I hope you're doing well.
Big up to you, Bobby and Rogers. I don't see why this deal is not good enough. I love the structure of this deal because we have time to look at the player. If we have the option to buy, like imagine we had option to buy Saul, and look at what it turned out to be. So we need to be exploring more this loan system, these loan deals. At least it gives you the opportunity to assess the player and see how it fits into the football club. You know, I know Italians do that very well. You know, but I don't see, maybe because Chelsea is a big football club, and most of the clubs in England, like Man United, Tottenham, Man City and all, they don't always go for this option to buy whatever or just loan deals. They feel because we're a big club, we just have to, it's either we buy or this. And that's why sometimes most clubs get their fingers burnt when the players turn out not to be what you expected the player to be. So with this, I don't mind because it's covering just his full salary for the 6 months, and then maybe the loan fee of about 3 million. So which I don't think it's that bad for the deal. So we are assessing, and then just as you said, we have younger players that we've signed. So if it's the kind of player that will end up buying, Atletico Madrid are extending his contract just to give them the opportunity
leverage
to be in leverage and then to be in a better position to negotiate for whoever wants to buy him. You know, it gives them that leeway, whatever it is, to be able to say, okay, yeah, we need bigger payments. And if it doesn't go well, if his loan does not go well, they know his value will depreciate as well. So it's just, I think the loan deal for me is good for us, and then it helps us as well in terms of the FFP. But that will also help us release funds. We're talking about Thuram, talking about Porro, talking about other signings. Those ones might be permanent. Those ones will help balance the book as well. You know, so I think it's a good deal, the way it's structured.
It's an excellent deal. You don't usually get a player of his quality on loan. It hardly happens.
Exactly.
A player, again, here's the thing. I think Joao Felix's biggest problem at Atletico Madrid is Diego Simeone's negative approach to football. And why do I think he's extended? It is not just because the club wants him again, to have the upper hand in terms of negotiating because he's on a long-term contract. He's extended again. He's on a long-term contract with them. He will be contracted to them until 2027. If that again after extending, I think the problem is Diego Simeone will be leaving at the end of the season, and his biggest problem there has always been Diego Simeone's approach to football. And you can argue we haven't seen the best of Joao Felix because of the ways Diego Simeone approaches the game, always negative. Except if they're sure they're gonna mop the floor with the team, even when they play teams at the bottom table or teams that are not that strong, you see that negative approach from them. So now maybe the agreement is, look, this guy is leaving. Maybe when he leaves, you come back, you're happy, everybody's good. It's a win-win situation for everybody. But more importantly, to anybody that's questioning why do we have to get him for just 6 months or so for 11 million euros, it's not a bad deal. We know what he's capable of doing, and I'm sure the club's hierarchy knows, Vivell knows, the Graham Potter knows. He will make a difference. Will he solve the entire problem we're having right now? No, but he's part of the solution. The problem, there's no one player that will come in and solve all the problems. It is one player, the other player that complement each other. Then we have again a solid team, or a solid again a squad, a team or squad if you prefer. So yeah, I'm happy we signed him. He's a player I want. I know what he's capable of doing. Roger, your thoughts? And again, if you're questioning, it's a loan. It's called a loan because again, he's not coming to stay permanently. He's coming to help us solve a problem we're having right now. Roger, your thoughts on why the fans are complaining? And is he a player you like? Really?
Yes, he's someone.
Yeah, go ahead.
For someone that's not proven and hasn't acclimated to the Premier League as of yet, is someone I really like. Having said that, he renegotiates his contract with Atleti. That does strengthen their bargaining position, monetarily speaking, if we wish to keep him. So that is a downside. I understand their point. I understand the players' perspective with regards to Simeone leaving, perhaps, and therefore it strengthens the player's position to choose where he wants to go. And obviously Atleti's, because it means more money in their pocket. So from a financial perspective, I'm not that happy with that restructuring of the contract in many ways. However, I don't know what our financial disposition is, but if he turns out to be the player we think he could be, then I don't think that's going to be an issue.
I honestly do not think they want to sell him.
No.
I think, again, all of a sudden we're hearing that Diego Simeone leaves at the end of the season, but there's a chance they still ask him to stay longer because he's been practically their savior. He's helped them to reach the heights again, and they've reached as a football club. But go ahead with what you were saying.
Which means we may fall in love with the player and not be able to purchase him after the loan period ends, which can be, or that would be really disconcerting.
Yeah, you can say that's the frustration of, again, the players. I think that's mainly their concern. Let me catch up with what we have in the chat.
Angle to this is that another angle to this is that if Joao Felix comes and actually likes London and likes Chelsea, it's quite likely he won't want to go back to Atletico Madrid, and they're just trying to ensure that if they are in that position, they'll be able to sell him for a decent value, because his value has depreciated at the moment. And so they've extended the contract in order to protect their investment, really. So it's not necessarily that, all doom and gloom that, he's not committed to a buy, and, it means that if we want him, we may not be able to get him if Simeone leaves. I think the other side of that is that if he wants us, they want to make some money, and I think it's a wait and see. Let's see how he does. I hope he does well. I hope he puts us in that position that he does so well for us.
Exactly.
That we'll be salivating and prepared to shift heaven and earth to keep him. That means it was a successful loan.
And let's hope he prefers the mundane, bland, boring approach that an English manager has compared to an animated Simeone on the side. I couldn't resist, gentlemen. I couldn't resist.
Here's the thing. I know where you're going with it, that, but as much as, again, I have my issues with Graham Potter, I'd take him over Simeone. But if you would really want to, again, not get battered, not get beaten, Simeone is your man. Very overly pragmatic. Before being honest, he's never going to lose a game. The whole players defend. Even him, sometimes you can say, if possible, he will join them in defending against the opposition. That's who he is. But that's, by the way, quickly, let me see what I can get here. Again, good news to your rivals. Again, some people actually, I think will make a mistake. Some Arsenal fans are thinking we paid too much, but I don't think that's the case. That's, by the way. Let me bring you in again, Hakeem. Your thoughts before I go to Matt. What do you think? Hakeem, are you there? Okay, Matt, you can go ahead if you're ready to talk. Your thoughts on Chelsea fans now, again, some people not being happy that he's extended at Atletico Madrid.
I mean, be up to everyone. I think, we look at someone...
Well, sorry, we're getting feedback from somewhere.
Oh, sorry, hang on. Can you hear it?
Yeah, it's fine now. Go ahead, bro.
Oh, as I was saying, I think this deal as a whole by itself is a great deal in general. I think Joao Felix coming to the bridge is a great deal, getting very cheap. Now, yes, there is a problem with him not extending. There's two sides of this fan base. Is that one is either they're happy with just a basic loan, or two, they want him permanently. And the thing is, this guy can always change his mind. Yeah, he extended, but he can always change his mind. There's always a second chance. And I think first we have to consider him coming in and performing first before we even discuss extending, his stay at Chelsea. So I think him coming in is already 3, 4, 5 times better than what we have in that attack, because that attack is dreadful, and he will start to definitely change it. I see him playing as a second striker, but he can play left wing. He's a very, very rotational player. But yes, he did extend with Atletico Madrid until 2027 because he knows he wants to stay at the club. But there's always changes, He can always just stay at Chelsea if he enjoys the club and he plays well there, because at Atletico he didn't have the best run. So you can always have the best run here. We saw Zakaria at Juventus didn't have the best run there. Came to Chelsea, he's finally found it again. Maybe he probably will stay if he enjoys playing football again. The best thing about a player is that they enjoy football the most when they're playing the best football. So if he plays the best football he ever had at Chelsea, he will stay at Chelsea. He won't go back. But first, it's just about getting him to the club and performing him well. But he's already better than He's already better than all of our attack combined. So I think him coming with confidence and knowing I think he's probably better than attack. And I'm hoping he knows that can bring confidence, because we need a lone player like Zakaria who came in and had confidence. Because Saul, when he came in, it took him weeks to get the confidence and this and that with the excuses, blah blah blah. I feel it's coming in with 100% confidence, 100% willing to play for this team, because we need some action now.
Yeah, again, it's some good points right there. I don't know why people are crying about, again, how much you're paying for him, but you're the ones calling we should fix the issue. Felix is actually a creator. If you again, and I just wanted to address this quickly. He's a fine creator. Plus, again, you need to unlock him. You're never going to see the best of this player at Atletico Madrid as long as Diego Simeone remains the coach. If we're being honest, let's look at his numbers here. Look at it. If you're saying so, what you have on the screen, that's just a lie. 10 goals in 3 seasons, that's a lie, man. Again, you can do it yourself. Just 1 second. I think I zoomed out too much. Just a bit. Let me go. Okay, there you go. Let's look at it. And this is him here in Atletico Madrid. Let's even start from 2019, 2020, 6 goals, 1 assist. I think that's when he started with them. 2020, 2021, 7 goals, 5 assists. And 2021, 2022, in 24 games, 8 goals, 4 assists. And in just 14 games this particular season, 4 goals, 3 assists. So again, what you have, that's just a lie. Just don't pull numbers out of your wazoo and throw it out of us, because anybody with a cell phone can just Google it and find it. And this is in a team that's so, again, negative in their approach to football. You should know that. If he had played in a more attacking team, he'd have double the numbers he has here. If we're being honest, but I get it. Some people, maybe you're an Arsenal fan. I don't know. I'm not sure you're an Arsenal fan, but it just sounds as if you're against us and getting him. If that makes any sort of sense to you, look at the numbers. This is just not true. What you have on the screen,
Coach, you look at the numbers. Yeah. It's still not the best numbers, but again,
it's not the best, but it's better than what we're seeing here. Yeah. Plus, what sort of team is he playing in? Go ahead, Matt.
It's much better than what we're seeing. But the thing is, Joao Felix has that natural talent. This guy is naturally talented. Same with Kai Havertz. These two, I think, work hand in hand with the naturally gifted talents. However, the difference is that Kai Havertz was not executed his talent correctly at Chelsea. He wasn't executed properly. So, in a result of that, he failed. So, I see Joao Felix coming in with the same talent, the same hype that he had. And we need to ensure, and my problem is, and what Potter needs to do tomorrow morning when he's at the training ground, is execute his talent to the highest ability possible, because Potter needs this guy to perform. And if we see this guy flop once again, imagine what that does to our reputation, number one. Number two, that means he's not coming back to this club. He's going to go back to Atletico. And number three, he's not going to make us perform any better, because why are we going to draw Felix? To improve our squad, because Bowie knows, the manager knows, that attack is horrendous, it's rubbish, it needs work, it needs more work than the midfield, when the midfield has this aging problem. So they're willing to go spend this, not big money, but they're going to go in to spend on a high profile player because they know the attack needs fixing. So just execute his talent properly, and we will see the best out of him if he gets executed properly, because this guy has talent. He has real talent.
And yeah, I think you made a delicious point right there. If we want to keep him, we have to get the best out of him, then he would be willing to stay there. If in under 6 months he gets a number better and he enjoys himself better than he did under Diego Simeone, of which I believe he will, given again Diego Simeone plays again a very negative type of football. Again, if he enjoys himself, gets a good gives a good account of himself, and we utilize him well. More importantly, and he gets a good output in terms of numbers, goals and assists. Then he would want to join us, and then it makes it easier for us to say, okay, we want him. Look, he wants to stay here too. But yeah, it's not going to be easy. Anybody else want to again add to that before we move on?
Yeah, I look at him as a
quickly,
very
Roger. When Matt mentioned Kai Havertz's name, you thought he was going to support you.
No, he's a very fluid player. Nice one.
No, but that's where it stops. His talent is where it stops with Matt. After that, Kai Havertz has already failed at Chelsea, if you don't know. But go ahead.
I know. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I really do. He hasn't reached his potential. But I believe Joao, very similar to Kai, they're very fluid players. And I think I can see them working together quite well. You know, they're very interchangeable in that regard. I think it bodes well. I can see it succeeding more than failing, in my opinion. As simple as that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to put up something here before I come
Especially
back.
in a 4-2-3-1.
If he plays as a second striker, where the natural position Havertz plays there, and we execute his talent properly again, he will succeed and he will have a great loan spell. And as I said, if we was to spend 120 million on Felix, I'll say absolutely not. But again, this is a good opportunity. We're only paying 250k a week, 11 mil. It's for a first team footballer who's a young footballer. Now, will he change this team drastically where he brings us from 10th to 4th? Absolutely not. But he'll bring us better than what we have. This does not mean we stop what we're doing. We still need to go buy more. And my question is, where the hell is Nkunku? Didn't we sign the guy? Shouldn't he be here at this club? Shouldn't he be wearing the jersey already? I don't know why.
In June, that's the agreement. Probably that you could argue that was probably the reason they sold him to us. Is that we agreed that he stay with them.
So that's why.
Plus, he's injured at the moment, really.
Yeah, he is. It's true. I feel like that. And again, so that means that there's no stopping there. Oh, I just saw Fabrizio just tweeting now that it does not have any impact on the Nkunku move, this Felix move. Nkunku will become a Chelsea player in July. So again, we have to wait for July for Nkunku. So it still means we still need players now. And I think after this, we have to figure out that right back position, Pedro Porro, and then go to that CDM position because this work's not done. We're just getting started. And the most important thing of this window is getting rid of players. Joao Felix coming in gives us 6 months to look for someone else. That means we can get rid of one player. Get and start that process.
I think
minimum, yes.
I think, and then we have to address the depth in this team, or rather lack thereof, because if these players that we're acquiring, God forbid, go down, then who is going to be their backups?
Again, I would rather Mount, Havertz, Ziyech, Loftus-Cheek, Gallagher, all gone, and use academy players and have them on that pitch because at least the academy players will show more.
Gone. Really?
Yeah, I'll get rid of them any day of the week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They can go any day of the week.
Twice on the Sunday, actually. Yeah,
twice on the Sunday. They can go any day because they're not showing anything new. They have decreased in performance. They have depreciating value. For youngsters, they should be increasing. So I would rather play a Chukwuemeka who's going to prove something new than have Mount who's proving the same thing for every year now. I'm done with it. I'm done. They need to move on. So using Chukwuemeka as a youngster who's having something to prove for 6 months, fully as a starter, because this is a process, correct? So I want it to take hours to get W's. I'll take hours. So Chukwuemeka can start, play consistently. If he performs, he does well, does bad, whatever, he still plays. So when we come August, we have some options to buy. We can take our time. But
what
the main problem is gone. Yeah, Salim. And then another one who's gone. Okay, he hasn't fit the system. Gallagher needs to go. Loftus-Cheek, Mount, Havertz, Ziyech, Aspie. There's a lot of players that need to go.
The list goes on.
But I don't agree.
Let me drop. Hakim, I'll come to you in a bit. Matt, go ahead.
And the reason we signed Joao Felix, see, the thing is, look at Reece James, right? We never bought an option for Reece James because Reece James was never a bad player. You look at Chilwell. We bought Cucurella because Chilwell had that injury and he was declining, so we bought Cucurella as a backup. You wonder why we keep buying more attackers and they keep failing, right? We keep buying them because these attackers are rubbish. We keep going until we get the best one. So I'm saying right now that We keep buying these attacks. It's been 3 years. We keep buying the attack. They keep failing. The best bet is just to get rid of them all at once, or try to get rid of them as soon as possible, and then we can take our time to scout them. Because I would rather have the youngsters, as I said, I'd rather have youngsters to show something to the manager and prove to the manager why they're there, and show progressive players than have players who have nothing new to show, because they've shown it all. They're finished. They're done. Throw them in the bin. No, what can Mount show me now? Mount showed me everything good, and he's horrendous.
Mount and Kai. Excuse me, I apologise. They're still very young. They're not even close to their.
But Roger,
prime.
you got it right there. They're young, but they've decreased. They've depreciated in value. They've gotten worse since 2020. How has that happened? They're young, yes, but they've still shown me nothing. As I said, Havertz has great talent, and when he joined, I was very happy. But we executed it wrong. We didn't get the best out of him. Was it positioning? Was it that? I don't know, but we just didn't get the best out of him. I think it's too late for him. It's too late.
It's okay. That's why we have a discussion. But I agree with certain players, but I think to give up on Kai, I mean, Kai Havertz in Germany, I mean, he's perceived as the next coming of the next superstar.
He didn't really show this World Cup, though.
No. But
for me, I would just say he's overrated.
I don't perceive that as such.
I don't think he's overrated. I don't think he's not rated at all. I think he's just generally
That's even worse.
Yeah.
All right, let me catch up with what we have in the chat. I'll be back.
Can I contribute to this just briefly?
Go for it.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
I don't agree about Kai Havertz at all. I don't agree in any way, shape, or form.
No.
I think he has not been played in his best position due to the defective nature of the team. But wherever he has come on, he's shown perhaps a little bit more promise than the other players that have been mentioned. And I think as a result, he deserves to be given an opportunity to play with the better players around him. You see, the problem with Chelsea at the moment that I see is that our forward line and indeed the midfield all are interdependent. They are full of players that need other players. They're full of needy players. Jorginho needs someone around to protect him so he can do his regista thing. Mount needs players around so he can do his thing. They all need this. They all need that. The only person that really didn't need anything and was bringing something to the team was N'Golo Kante, and he's off injured, and also Reece James, and he's off injured. But all the rest are needy, and so it's ineffective. Raheem Sterling needs people like Kevin De Bruyne around them. Some bad news that I'm hearing at the moment, and I hope it doesn't become true, because I hear Inter about to send back Romelu Lukaku. That's another Saudi headache. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I don't want to
my.
revisit the conversation we had earlier, but it's all linked to that. But anyway, that's another needy player. You know, Lukaku needs people to put the ball on the line so he can tap it in. So, you know, it's full of needy players. And of them all, at least Kai Havertz, in my opinion, makes the effort to be less needy. It's just he in his neediness, needs to develop a little bit quicker. So I welcome the likes of Joao Felix. I'm hoping he won't be as needy. I'm hoping we get people like Marcus Thuram, who obviously will not be as needy. The Detro Fofana has shown that all he is a striker. He's not as needy. In fact, I liked a few things that he did against Man City.
Oh, I know you're gonna love that. I know exactly what you're gonna
you know me and my tough players. I don't like weak players, and he showed that strength such that their defensive line that was bullying us all the games we played them, one or two of them met with a guy that they couldn't shove around. So that neediness has gone. So yeah, I know we have an overhaul on our hands. We really do. And many players that we put so much hope on and we've hyped up a lot, where I do agree with Matt is even reluctantly, because it hurts me to say it, but they are really showing us that they're not good enough.
Yeah.
Consequences of that is
yeah,
a
I know,
concern.
Bobby. I know when you saw Fofana take out that play, I knew you loved that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, oh gosh,
Oh,
yeah.
do you see
I'm
how he
old school.
muscled out the Man City player? That's what Bobby
That's-
was talking
I've
about.
been
Yeah.
needing that.
He
I've been
didn't
waiting for
even
3
break sweat,
years.
and the guy nearly fell off the stadium.
I'm
Really,
old school.
guys.
Roger knows, I gave
Yeah.
reference to, I was a 4-year-old boy when Chelsea played that FA Cup final against Leeds.
That
That
was
was what I
5.
was brought up on. Men
Yeah.
in the game. You don't
Yeah,
kick,
I think we need
you
to
don't
really
kick.
do need to mix it up.
Chopper
You
Harris.
don't kick Chopper Harris about.
Yeah.
We had Chelsea players then who stood up to the fight, and Leeds were a dirty side. I was a baby watching this, and I was like, wow, they really took it on. Even Osgood, that really wasn't known for his physicality,
Yeah.
he gave as good as he got. People like David Webb, who stood solid. I mean, that's what I was brought up on. That's English football.
Yeah.
I love the technically gifted aspect of football. Of course I do. But you want to survive in our league, if you don't have the fight, you're done. And it's just as simple as that.
sliding
And that's why
tackles
half takes
then were
failure.
considered illegal on
Yeah.
the continent.
Let
you
me
know?
Yeah.
just quickly, guys. Let me catch up with what we have in the chat because we still have a few topics, and I don't think I have up to 20 minutes now. This is again no club in football. In football world will survive this kind of injuries. Injury situation situation in Chelsea. Even the so-called Arteta and Guardiola cannot cope with this. Yeah, we get that. Totally understandable. The injury doesn't help. Injuries don't help again. And the case again don't help us with where we're at right now. But yeah, we should be doing better. I'll still come back to that. And if you're watching, if you haven't, we have 85 likes. We should be doing better than 85 likes. Please, we need 15 more to get it to 100. Let's get it to at least 110 by the time the show ends. Please take a second. Drop a like on the stream. Even if you're watching and you're not contributing in the chat, if you take a second to drop a like on the stream, it does go a long way. And if you go to the Matt hasn't shared the link to his channel, but if you go to the description section, you will find the link to his channel. Please go subscribe to his channel. He should have at least 3,000 subscribers right now. But again, we're trying to get him to 1,000 as soon as possible. I don't know if he's gotten there, but he's getting inching closer and closer. Please go check out his channel. Be sure to subscribe. Yeah, I get that. Again, he's coming for holiday. Again, if that's the case, let him enjoy himself. I get your argument. Please, what is the latest on Mudryk? I don't think Mudryk will come to Chelsea again. At least after we get in, after us getting again Joao Felix, even though they're two different profile of players. Mudryk specializes in playing on the flanks. Joao Felix can play centrally. He can play on the right hand side and on the left. And again, he can play as a second striker too. So he provides more value at the moment. I think you could argue because we signed him, there's a chance the club move on from Mudryk, and we're hearing they're close to coming to an agreement, a total agreement with Arsenal Football Club. So if he goes, good luck to him. If he goes to Arsenal, what about Saul's deal? It did not go well. It didn't go well, but at one time he picked up form, but probably a little too late then. But that's, by the way, just like how Koulibaly is all of a sudden rubbish. Let's hope Joao is somehow different. I hope so. I hope we don't start again pointing fingers again and accusing him of being a fraud. People know bringing in Felix on this odd contract is another Boehly smoke screen. All of them. Again, I'm here. I'm going to support him. He's come to us, and I wanted us to get him. I wanted us to get him actually on a permanent with an option to buy. But that could still happen. You don't know. Let's see what happens. I get your argument there. It amazes me how the Chelsea fan base have all become top of business people all of a sudden. Maybe sit back to the supporting and leave the money side of the whole thing. Again, yeah, with the degree on finance. Yeah, again, I think as much as I want that to happen, and as much as I know where you're coming from, that's never going to happen. We always judge how much we pay for a player, how the club refused to pay 120 million or 140 million for a particular player, how we should have just dropped the money and get Haaland and all that. That will continue to happen. That's why we're fun. And without that, it will be boring. It won't be fun, really. If Mountain Havertz has been performing better, we would not have been in this story situation. Really? Frederick Sango, you think so?
Yeah, true,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay.
We would never be here if they were performing. We would never have to
Objection.
go for him.
Okay, Felix has so much skills. I really hope he can bring the best, help us do well. Let me just phrase it like that. I think he will. These attackers were in 6 finals in the last 12 years and win again a 59% win rate. We need to stop again denigrating our players. They're not the problem. Not entirely. Here's what I'm going to say. They're not entirely the problem, but they're part of the problem.
They're majority of the problem.
Yeah, maybe they're bent on leaving. Maybe they're not playing for the match now. Something is definitely wrong. Not entirely their problem, not entirely the manager's problem. Let me just phrase it like that to avoid a fight. Let me say what we have here again. How about Nkunku? What's wrong? Nkunku, nothing is wrong. He joins us in the summer. Kai played in Germany, Cam CA in Chelsea. He plays a striker, left again or right wing. We ruined him if we do that with Felix. Here's the thing. In the case of Kai, I think there's an argument that he's a victim of his own versatility, if anything. Erling Haaland, who? Alan Bad again for delay in Arsene Zakarian transfer, such a dedicated Chelsea fan who wants to play for the club. I think the player himself did put out a statement. They're working to find a solution. He really wants to come to us, and I want him to come. Feeling bad for the delay. Yeah, I'm feeling bad for the delay because the kids want to come to us. And here's the link to Matt's YouTube channel. Please, again, take a second. Go check it out. You will love his content. Believe me, if you're enjoying the Blue Morning Show, you will enjoy his show. Usually, again, his shows again do take place before the Blue Morning Show. Yeah, again, but you need to go check it out. Here's a link there. Please, let's help him get to 1K as soon as possible. You will love his content, and I'm not lying to you, and you will thank me later. Thank you so much for that. Believe in Porter Magic. Blues will come back. I like the enthusiasm there. Again, yeah, again, the hope. I like it, really, and let it happen. And I'll take it. Chelsea is a club I support. No, again, I will support Potter because he's Chelsea's coach. We need a central attacking midfielder. Mount is not that guy. Yeah, I think he's a good player overall, but I don't think he's again, playing him as a number 10, I don't think it takes us anywhere. The spending spree Todd Boehly is on. I wouldn't be amazed to wake up to something like Mbappe to Chelsea. Yeah, good luck. If that happens, then we're probably nearing the end of the world, because how can you buy the president of a PSG? Where do you hear that? All the fans should stop telling us to shut up about money, because we've seen Batome and Woodward burn through cash and sink clubs into financial oblivion. So we have a damn right to complain. Yep, that's the truth. If you want to say that, I heard again a news story that Joao Felix girlfriend. Oh,
see, Coach, this is an interesting one, yeah, because this is something that we have with De Bruyne and Coswell. You know, that's happening now. And
is that why fans are concerned, really? But go ahead.
Well, what happens if you do get Pedro Porro? For me, I'm saying that men should act like men and not cry about this rubbish. Yeah, Joao Felix is a beta male already. Going back to his girl who's already cheated 4 times. I just posted a Twitter post saying, "What if she does it again?" And I hope it doesn't affect his playing career. But if Pedro Porro comes, they got to act like men and play on this field, because we're here to play football, yeah. And I want Pedro Porro to come. I think Pedro Porro is an absolute baller, right? And I've seen him the last 2 hours, and I need this guy here. So if he comes, yeah, I don't want no crying from Joao Felix. I'm sorry.
Yeah, now I'm getting out. I have better understanding as to why people are saying. See, again, I've seen memes of Pedro Porro and what's his name, and Joao Felix on the same bench eyeing each other like, I'm gonna punch you if I get a chance. Now I get it. So this is the back. This is the backstory to that. Okay, now I get it. Kuchila, it's gone over the top now. The question again, the T, yeah, just sign. Yeah, we've gone beyond that. Let him just put the signature over above the dotted line or across the dotted line. I don't know which of them is correct. I don't know. But just put pen to paper overall for me. He's still at it, and I've shown you the numbers. That's still not the truth. We need Mudryk together with Felix so that our central attacking will be great. It's never going to happen. Mudryk, I don't think, will come to Chelsea Football Club. So you go ahead, shoot for your contribution. I'm waiting for you, Hakeem, so we can move on. I have just a few minutes here. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up on everything we need to talk.
Yeah, I was having issue with my computer when I logged in.
Yeah, sorry, that happens every now and then. Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to say I was on the way and I was hearing one of my brother. He was talking about the Chelsea board, and he was also talking about the issue that we're facing on this transfer window. And all that I can say is he hit like the nail on the point. Like, this was everything that was running in my mind. How Chelsea supporters are ranting about the new owners. For me, if like I have to choose with this regime and the previous regime, like I'll choose this regime because it seems like, yeah, you cannot get everything right, but everything that I was wishing about, I was wishing Chelsea football team to be doing. This this regime is trying to do everything, like getting a fiddle clap, and then because we have a lot of, if you see like Chelsea, some of our blessing is our curse because we have a lot of players and we don't even know what to do with the players. Like they used to call our players like the loan army. So imagine if you have a fiddle club and then you take these players there for them to develop there instead of letting them go on loan and then being on the bench, because a lot of our talented, this is some of the things that killed our talented players like Kakuta. This is one of the players that I was having like a high hope on. Players like Musanda. These are one of our talented players that just go on waste plus his injury. And secondly, we don't own Benfica any explanation. We do our business how we want to do the business. If you don't like it, it's okay. It's really, you talk about disrespectful, like disrespect. How much do you buy Enzo Fernandez? And a team should offer you over 8 million euros. Listen, I don't even know if the coach does say that he has never seen 8 million euros like in front of him before. And then you call that disrespectful. And I see some of, I don't know if these people are Chelsea supporters who support the coach saying that. If you remember when we had, when we approached Rafinha, people were saying that, oh, we didn't talk with the player. We were talking with Leeds United, and Leeds United agreed terms with the player, but the player also had other plans. And this time we tried to do, you know, we learn lesson as we are going along. And this time we tried to approach the team and then approach the player. And it's not like we had like a talk with the player. You always talk with the player's agent. And then the team didn't agree with us. So it's more like Chelsea can never get everything right. Everything that we're trying to do, we listen and then we're trying to do it. And it's more like we can never get it right. And the last point that I want to tackle on is teams like Arsenal, when they had Willian, you know, they came to agreement with Willian and told him that, listen, you are not performing. You have to go. You understand? We have to come under terms and then go. Teams like Arsenal, Arsenal, they had the same issue with Ozil. They had the same issue with Aubameyang. Like they let all these players go. One of the best players that has ever worked on this earth, Cristiano Ronaldo. Ten Hag, he made him like Manchester United came to an agreement with him and then they let him go. But with Chelsea, it's more like every player that we had, no matter how the player is playing bad, you know, we still want to make something out of the money. I don't care if, you know, the player ran down his this thing. It's not every player that we have to make money out of. We have to make some players go, come to terms with the players and tell the player, listen, we want to start something. It's more, look at how we try as much as we could to get money out of Giroud. We try as much as possible now and then resign, what is the name? Aspi. There are some players that we have to come to agreement with. Let them go and then start everything all afresh. We have so many players on our loan. It's more like we want to make like $1 million. Listen, Chelsea is bigger than this money. We have to make some players go, come to agreement with some players, and then let them go. And I see also people talking about Graham Potter. Listen, let's just face the reality. If Graham Potter goes on and be performing the way he is performing, the only place he's going to lead us to is relegation. You understand? And I don't want to see him lead us to relegation. Nobody wants to see him lead us. There is time that you have to be ruthless. There is time that you have to make your players love you. You understand? But if you are making your players to love you, you don't want to have issue with your players, and then they are performing this way, then we have to blame you. You understand? Players are playing bad, and then you are using them consistently. And then people are telling us that we should give him time, but he didn't have a transfer window. Listen, we had a coach that came in. That our team, like our Chelsea Football Club, was banned from buying players. But yes, so these players were able to pull it off. That is how we categorize good coaches, like trying to make the inconvenient convenient, like, try to maneuver your way out of. You can't always come and find it. You can't always come and find everything like you can't always come and then everything is like a grain. You have to make it grain. You understand? And then like they were like, listen, Chelsea employed had Mourinho 2 times and sacked him 2 times, and Mourinho is bigger than Graham Potter. Pochettino was in what is the name? PSV, and PSV is not bigger than Chelsea. You understand? Chelsea is bigger than PSV. He wasn't getting them the result. They let him go. What is the name? But Bayern Munich did the same thing. We are not the only team. People were like, yeah, Chelsea always sack their coach. Chelsea always sack their coach. It's not only Chelsea that do that. When the coach is not performing in this age, he has to go. And let me also hit this nail on the point. Nuno, he was in he went. They invited he was in Tottenham. In Tottenham, he also giving them the this thing that they had. They let him go. I don't want Potter to go. I just want him to succeed. But if he keep on continuing like this, I don't want people to be saying that this, and if you keep on continuing like this, I'm sorry. This is where he's leading himself to.
All right. Again, your point is clear. Again, you don't think he's going to turn things around, and you think we should sack him.
No, I don't think we should sack him. My issue is if he keep on continuing like this. If we lose 5 games,
that's very certain. He needs to turn it around, or otherwise, again, he gets sacked. It's as simple as that. Even if it's on a 100-year contract. But
when we say about it, it's more like it's a taboo. We shouldn't talk about that. You understand?
No, again, it's business, and losing it doesn't help business. It's a football where results go a long way. If you keep winning, big name sponsors will look at you, know you're doing well, they will come for you. But if you keep losing, be at the mid-table, bottom table, you will lose business. You'll be losing money. Even some fans will stop going to games because they won't be they wouldn't be looking forward to teams. And that I've seen a time where I angrily let go my subscriptions of how I follow some games. I'm not going to go into the details things I've done when I get angry. But I've changed so much since I became a content creator because I have to even come talk to people. Yeah.
Can I ask, for instance, if you look at Arsenal under Arteta, his first season he finished 8th. The next season he finished 8th. The following season, which was last year, he finished 5th. I know that would never be tolerated under the previous regime in Chelsea, but if Potter finished 8th this year, you would probably want him out.
I won't.
Next year,
listen, I won't.
Hold on.
Let him finish. Hakeem, let him finish.
If Potter finished, assuming he's not fired, okay? If Potter finished 8th the following year, you telling me you wouldn't want him gone? I can't believe that, because you would say he has not improved our league status.
Here's the thing.
You need time.
When everything in Arteta's case, and I really do want us to move on from this because we have a few minutes and I still have things lined up. In Arteta's case, go ahead if you're still talking.
No, I'm sorry, but do you see my logic?
Yeah, I understand your point. Well, unfortunately, most people won't say it like that. In Arteta's case, I think you could say again. Let me just say this. Let's just not jump to conclusion. We still have to the end of the season to have enough sample to judge Graham Potter. So let's just move on from that. It's as simple as that. Because let's argue from now to tomorrow. It doesn't change anything really.
My point is we're so impatient. It's like
whose fault is this? It's something again. Who set the precedent.
Well, no, of course, no. I realize that, but I'm just talking about from my personal point of view. I don't have a problem if we understand or recognize that we have the right coach / manager, that he or she shouldn't be there for 2 or 3 years and be patient with the process. That's all I'm trying to say. Look at Ferguson. I keep on mentioning Ferguson. It was 6 years, I believe, till he won. You know, so.
But let's look at the manager itself. Let's look at Ten Hag, Arteta, Klopp, Pep. Let's look at how they trusted the process. They trusted the process because they rocked up on Monday morning and said to the board who they want gone, who they want in. Potter does not know what he wants for breakfast tomorrow, so I can't give a manager time and a process which he doesn't know what he wants.
But have a look. When he took over Chelsea were 7th, Brighton were 4th. You know, so don't say had he listen. He may be bottom.
We were 5th. We were 5th. We were 5th,
and it was game week 2.
It was still above Chelsea. And you
Here's
know what?
The thing. Go ahead, drop Roger. We have just a few minutes, and we have some topics to talk about. But go ahead.
I will be very short. He was building a process. I'm not saying he's our solution, but I'm saying we're quick to castrate someone, to crucify them, where we don't allow time. That's my point. Whether Potter is the right chap for us or not, it is not my point. I'm saying we're not affording our manager the time. That's all that's the reason why I brought up Arsenal. You know, I think we need to stop this process of letting someone go after 4 or 5 months, which we have invariably done.
Yeah,
that needs to stop.
Roger, just quickly. Okay, go ahehave.
No, that's it. I finished. That needs to stop.
Yeah, and just quickly, it's easy to actually, again, as much as I have again, a lot of question marks about Potter. It's easy for people, even I, to be guilty of judging him quickly. Why? He doesn't have the pedigree. Because let's say, for instance, if this is if he was a Luis Enrique, or let's say somebody like even Eric Ten Hag, or let's say who else, let's say somebody like Thomas Tuchel, you still see majority will be arguing, given time, we'll be blaming it, we'll be dumping everything on the players.
Indeed.
Now, but because he doesn't have the pedigree, it's easy to find the slightest of mistakes he make and run with them. So let's just move on from that one. We have a lot to talk about, and I have just a few minutes. So I get the argument from both camps. Potter out, Potter in. I wouldn't say Potter out now. We have to the end of the season, enough sample, but that he won't last to the end of the season if the owners are not seeing improvement. If we're being honest, we have to see the fight. Let alone, okay, we're lucky enough to get to where we're seeing things, we're seeing improvement, but there's no clarity right now. This is just me being honest.
Coach, you're limping from your knee injury from falling off the fence.
Maybe that's the case. Joao Felix, not the answer to the Chelsea problem, but he's part of the solution. The solution, no single individual will come in and solve our problem. It is, again, one player, the other player, again, a lot of them right back, central attacking midfield that are capable of creating chances from the central area. Some wingers also, and an attacker, if we need one experienced attacker, maybe if Aubameyang is going to leave. And some updates that Matt sent me, and I like it that it's from our brother, Fahim, CFC Fahim, who, again, he does a lot of, tweets a lot of research, but we'll get to that in a bit. This one says, again, there was news at Chelsea inviting Price for Pulisic, the only player I think can still pull things off. Really? The only player? Okay. You must be an American too. Wow, this brother is spitting facts that talking about, again, Hakeem Potter would get sacked. Let's see what happens. We're not sure what's going to happen. Bring Jose Mourinho back to Chelsea and sign Rafael Leao to Chelsea. Here's the thing. As much as I don't think it's going to happen now, I think Jose Mourinho will have a third stint at Chelsea's football club. Believe me. If you see, you remember I told you that this is not Roman era. Yes, again, sacked every manager, but this is Todd Boehly's a different project, different approach. Yep, they're going to give managers time, but that doesn't mean they will watch the manager, watch him run the club into the ground because he's on a long-term contract. I don't see that happening. Wagwan to you too, brother. Thanks so much for finding the time to join the show. I hope you're doing well. Heights to you, blessings. We have to change midfielders. Okay, sign. I'm not talking about change. Sign. We got to put our emotions to the side and look at it with logic. That's what I'm begging everybody to do. Even though I have a lot of questions, question marks over ground, Potter, I still try to be logical whenever I present my case. That's why I'm not saying Potter out. It actually worsens the situation if care is not taken. So we should be careful how we say that. But that's, by the way, 72 million for a 20-year-old who looks like 40 is 40. Who are you reference? Who are you talking about, Terrence Tibbs? I really want to know. The key difference here is that Arteta did not take over the reigning Club World Champions. Maybe because we won the Champions League and we've won quite a lot in just a few years, 2 years ago, actually. So it's easy to still... So it's easy to still hope that the standard continue no matter the condition, because most people don't look at situations beyond the surface. They just, again, run with whatever they see on the surface and not be logical with presenting their cases. The key difference, that one is important to look at. Arteta took over a great club where Potter took over a club with the greatness taken out of it. Wow. Are you a philosopher? Even though I'm not buying everything that this again portrays, it just sounds like because of how great it sounds, some people will just look at it and just take it and say, wow, but it's still a delicious way to phrase something like that. But I get what you are going. That's the difference, and I like that, really. Which position has Arsenal been finished before Arteta? Don't compare a team that just won the Champions League to the team that Arteta inherited at Arsenal. I think that's a solid argument. There's a lot in the chat and we don't have too much time, so apologies. I'm going to stop reading a few. Arteta did not take over a club that took Liverpool on in 2 finals that went to penalties. We were top of the league 13 months ago. A lot of, again, differing arguments, but we'll move on from that. Just quickly, an update. Let's talk about it here. I actually did a shot, and I think it's going to happen. This says Chelsea forward Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang is a target for Atletico Madrid, as per a report in AS. Again, that's an outlet that he's quoting that. I think the other story that I read from a Spanish outlet is saying he's headed to Spain to be the replacement for Joao Felix. I think it sounds plausible, really, given that he's not done well at Chelsea and it doesn't look like it would change. Graham Potter prefers hopeful. Graham Potter prefers a more fluid attack. And Aubameyang, because he can't run that much, I don't think will be part of that attack. Roger, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I don't mean this in a personal manner because I don't know the chap, of course, but I'd be happy to see the back of him. I just, he's clinical from what I've seen of the highlights of him over the years, but he is a shadow of the player he once was. You could say again, his failings at Chelsea isn't down to him, really. Being honest. You're right. You're completely right. Listen, this is a team sport. You need 10 accompanying players to assist you, no matter how great you are, regardless. So you would have to be a fool to argue anything other than that. Having said that, his legs have gone. And listen, this is a young... which reduces to the approach he participates. This is a young man's sport, for all intents and purposes, especially in a physical league, and especially in the modern game where closing down is so vital, especially if you're going to play a high line. Especially in this league, and if you're playing a high line, defense starts in the attacking area. Yeah, he doesn't fit this prerequisite. It's just a simple fact. Yeah, so he would have been better off staying in Spain, but we were desperate then. Hello, is there any chance for a midfielder coming this January? Let's see again. There's a chance. We don't know who the club who we're looking at. Pedro Porro and Joao Felix in the same side. I've heard that story, and it's serious now. Atleti will pay 10K for Alba. Let's see. I wish Chelsea could sign Rafael Leao and sell Christian Pulisic, then sign Joao Felix on a permanent deal. Let's see him if he can deliver, because English football is a big challenge. Oh, you ended that very well. I'm good. Nightbot is a machine, and it can again. Keep liking the video. The Prince, because you're a mod, can we avoid using caps so that other people don't start doing it?
If somebody started more and they use all caps, the machine will time them out or delete their message. So yes, keep liking, like the video, like the stream, guys, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't.
Coach,
We are at 100 likes right now, and we can do better than that. Yes, Hakim, you wanted to say something. I wanted Eddie to speak.
okay, no, I just want to ask you something. Do you know? I think the name Moni Maduke is a Nigerian name, right?
Yeah, but again, he's English international. He was born in England and has represented England in the youth level. So it's up to him now to decide whether he wants to play for Nigeria or represent England. But I think the first, I think he'll probably opt to play for England, given a lot of youth players that's played for all of them. Tomori, Abraham, plus Chukwuemeka Kani also want to play for England. So I'm not getting my hopes so high for that one. So yeah.
But what I'm saying, I don't know. Like, did you heard anything about Chelsea want to sign him or something? Because I wake up and there's these Chelsea pages that I follow. Like about 5 of these Chelsea pages are talking about him. So I don't know if there's any truth on that.
The only thing I see is that we're considering him. I haven't seen it again. Nothing shows we're serious. Yeah. Again, a good day to you too, the Prince. J-Town Boehly is a successful businessman. He would do well to make CFC succeed as his investment, but he will not then tolerate a failure. Boehly and Roman are really not that different. Potter isn't safe. This one makes sense to a concerning level for Potter, really, because a businessman, even though you decided to hire a candidate for a job, if they're not producing results, you let them go. No sentiment. So that's why we've always said everything comes down to how well the team did. We could do well and still not make it into top 4, and that's acceptable. Just as in the two previous games before the last one we played against Manchester City, we did well. And again, even the first one felt like a loss that felt like a win, given how well we played. So if we do well and still not make it into top 4, I think they can take it and say, okay, no problem. Just quickly, Eddie, sorry I haven't come to you in a while. Remember, you can always come in and say you have something to say. You want to talk about Mykhailo or you have something else you want to address? Again, the floor is yours. Eddie, are you there? I think Eddie is not there. How about you, Bobby? Anything else you want to address? Well, again, I wanted to ask Mark. Yeah, go ahead, Eddie.
Yeah, sorry. About Aubameyang, I think the best thing is for him to leave. If we can get him gone this month, it's very good for the club. I think so. Because it doesn't look
how about the argument we
because,
should keep him until we get in a player? To me, I'd say we have Dacho Fofana, just let Aubameyang go. Kai Havertz we can manage Kai Havertz playing the fluid front of 3 or 4 if you prefer, and also playing Dacho Fofana, who was also capable of playing on the flanks. I wouldn't mind. We don't have to wait till we bring in anybody because at the time he will become toxic.
I agree with you exactly. Yeah, we can't keep him because if you remember, I think Aubameyang came because of Tuchel. That's the reason they signed Aubameyang. Tuchel was thinking he was going to get this out of him, and since he left, he's not been performing. So, irrespective of Tuchel being here or not, since he came, he's not even performed well. So there's no point of keeping him. He's going to be toxic for us, and then we need to let him gone. Even if we don't sign anybody, I prefer Aubameyang gone.
Yeah, just 1 second. Max, the moment Eddie is done, Matt, so to speak, can you talk about Pedro Porro? I'll be back in just about a minute, please. Go ahead, Eddie.
About Pedro Porro?
No, go ahead with what you were saying with Aubameyang, and if you want to talk about Porro after that, go ahead. Then Max will help me hold the fort. I want to take care of something quickly. I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, no, about Aubameyang, I said I think he has to go. I think it is better for us, for the club. I mean, for him to leave. He doesn't look happy. He looks different player completely. I was actually happy when we were linked with him. Well, I thought we were going to get a player because what we're doing was creating chances, loads of chances. We couldn't finish. We couldn't score. So I thought him coming would help us to looking at what he had done in his previous in his career. I thought he would be able to score for us. So, but since he came in, he's been a shadow of himself. So I don't think keeping him would not be good for the club. And about Porro, I don't know much about Porro, but did anybody hear that we're linked to Matty Cash from Aston Villa?
Yes, we're linked to 45
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's Pedro Porro, Matty Cash. I think But the thing is, Matty Cash has just got a groin injury, and I think Matty Cash will be more expensive because obviously he's playing in an English league. So I think the best bet to go is for Pedro Porro. But again, coming with this now news, Joao Felix coming to the bridge. What happens with Pedro Porro? Does the deal get done? It's a set 40 million release clause. You pay the money, you get the player. I think it's a good player. I think it's a great player, Pedro Porro, as I said, and I think I want someone like that, someone who's still young, 23, who's willing to be a secondary for James. But again, James, we don't know how consistent he will be. So he comes in tomorrow, Pedro Porro starts. So the guy's already got a first place spot. And if we're going to trust the process, well, Reece James needs to go take that surgery. Hence, he'll be out for 6 months. So that means Pedro Porro gets 6 months to play on his own and have free. So we need a right back. It's the most important thing we need. And then we need DM because, yes, Joao Felix, great add-on, but it doesn't stop the fact that we need to go get more midfielders because these guys are done. Jorginho is too old. Kante's done. Loftus-Cheek, Gallagher. Like, the only attacker we have from the first team is Kovacic. That's it. And Zakaria now, right? Which is good. So we just need to get more personnel there and the right back, and we should be okay. Somewhat okay for
Do you
Jack.
think Kante's done?
He's just 200 prone. He's just 200. He comes for one game, goes for 4. Like, it's just
But
he doesn't play
he's
enough
had
games.
surgery to rectify the hamstring issue.
I think this is the best. Yeah, but I think if this is the best time that we should try and keep Kante, because all along we managed with him, and he finally went under the knife and then repair his knee. So I think if we have a time, to give him a chance, this is the time that we should give him the chance, because all along that he was playing and getting the injection in his knee, he didn't repair his knee. So for me, I think if this is our best time for us to try to get him on the track. If he doesn't work after this, there's nothing for us to lose. Yeah, so for me, I don't think he's
go ahead, Eddie. You were saying something.
Because I agree with that as well, exactly. Because he's not had this operation at all since he's been with us. So if this operation is going to correct that, and then we still have a good player in Kante. So we should not be
even without that him going under the knife. All we have to do is just manage again his fitness carefully, not just pull him into the fold whenever the slightest he recovers. I think we're again the main reason why again he started looking as if he's injury prone, because we don't give him time enough to recover fully. But go ahead, Eddie, go ahead with what you were saying. Okay, just to answer your question, the Prince here extended because again, probably Atletico Madrid wants to get again a sizable fee if they decide to sell him. Plus, there's a chance they convinced him that this is your home. Diego Simeone, who you could argue is his biggest problem at Atletico Madrid, will leave at the end of the season. So maybe they told him, look, we're getting another manager. You get to enjoy. You get the freedom to express yourself like you would want to when you get the chance. Maybe that's the case. It's nothing too serious about that. Just quickly, Matt, I have a question for you regarding the Pedro Porro case. We're hearing that, I don't know if you've talked about that when I went away, Tottenham want him, and they're already in advanced negotiations with this camp. Is that true? And what we're practically doing is trying to hijack it.
No, they contacted him first.
Hakeem, hold on. What do you say, man?
So it was Spurs had the first interest, and then we can't jump on it. Now it's whoever's paying the release clause. There's no bidding war. It's whoever jumps on the release clause first gets the players. It's a very simple deal, with terms of payment. You pay the 40 million, you get the player. It's a release clause. So Tottenham now are interested in him, but again, we are too. But no one has made a first encounter. No one has contacted the agents. We're the only teams who are interested in him, as I've heard. I mean, come tomorrow, I think Tottenham are going to excel on this because they've got no other options. Unlike us, we've got that boy from Lyon. We've got now Matty Cash. We just got too many options. It's like same thing with Chelsea. It's like deciding FC. Like just pick the player, go spend the money. Unlike Tottenham, who has found their target, they're going to probably spend the money by next week. So we must hurry up if we really want this player. But we must get a right back for this January window, 100%.
Yes, people, again, please, if you're watching, if you haven't, drop a like on the stream and subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, thank you so much for all the support. We're about to round up the show. Roger, I don't know if you have anything else to add, again, Bobby or anybody else on the panel, but Roger, you go ahead. You have your mic. Your mic is not muted, so maybe you have anything else to add to all, again, regarding everything we've talked about today.
Yeah, I just want to say, regardless of position, I believe that Kante is our best player in the squad.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you look at virtually every other 19 teams in the Premier League and probably other teams in the top 5 leagues, that they would pick him. Undoubtedly, they would want him in their team, obviously when healthy. I just want to say something that I saw a statistic. Chelsea have, as of the start of last year, have 97 injuries. And that's 16 more than any other side in the top 5 leagues in Europe. And don't forget, we played, along with Liverpool, we played 63 games last year due to, reaching so many tournament finals, etc. So that is a factor. So I know we've cleared out a lot of our medical staff, and I know injuries are part of the game, but we've been decimated, and that's showing up. And when you have the most injuries in the top 5 European leagues, because we played the most, a contributing factor because we played the most most games last year, I think that has to be, put in perspective. And I think we need to understand this. That's significant statistic, in my opinion.
Yep, Eddie, how about you? Anything else you want to say? And just breaking news, Ruben Loftus-Cheek returns to training today. Again, like him or hate him, like him or hate him, at least we'll have more numbers. I knew that was going to, we have more numbers.
It's been such an up and down day. It's been such an up and down day too. On Mount's birthday, then Sarri's birthday, then Joao Felix at Chelsea, Loftus-Cheek back. It's like, oh my God, so much has happened just in this one day.
So again, anybody else has anything else to say? I don't know, Eddie, do you have anything else to say?
All these players.
You're killing me, man.
But it depends now. It's a big game for us on Thursday against Fulham. Whatever we say, we need to get the win. To be honest, we really need to get the win. When pro or against Potter, whatever it is, it's down to Potter now to give us this win. Even if he's going to sit back with bank of 6 or bank of 12, whatever it is he wants to call it, we need to get the win. Play ugly, don't play fanciful football, don't play sexy football, get the points on board and let this confidence build from there.
Be a bit pragmatic, don't be too fancy. Let's take it gradual.
Exactly. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Roger, you want to say anything else? Okay, you said something. Matt, you want to say anything before we call it a day? And I want to ask Hakim if he has anything else to say. I have just about 3 minutes, but go ahead, brother.
Just ensure that these players get sold. They need to get sold. They're the problem. We just saw now, again, came out reports that Graham Potter has no kind of control once again. He's lost the dressing room. Again, problem hasn't changed. So I want to keep saying it. Once these players are gone, once the majority of the players are gone, is just when the club will return. And I highly think when it starts with Mount, it will follow, and that's when we will start to succeed again. But big up to everyone. Fulham, big game on Thursday. Again, what happens if we lose that game? Not sure, but let's hope for a win.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Hakeem. How about you? Want to say anything else before we call it a day?
Yeah, what I want to say is, I said, if like the situation of Kante and then the situation of Reece James have showed us something, it shows us that we shouldn't overuse our players. So the people that say we should let players like Mount, Ruben Loftus-Cheek, like our young players should reconsider, because these are players that could be like a squad team for us, because they know the club and they know the team. So yes, some players has to go, but there is some players that have to be considered. You understand? Like we have to replace these players gradually. And in this window, listen, at this moment, I feel like Chelsea doesn't need to do anything to get the result. The only thing that we have to do is to get a right back and a midfielder. That is all that we needed. Our game will change. Even it could do like these two, as you see, like our first Reece James' first game, you could see the difference that it made. So imagine if we have like a competent right back and then competent midfielder, like a defensive midfielder, it could do a whole lot for us. It's not like we need to do something like a nuclear weapon or something. Like this is the only thing that I feel like we should do, and it will change everything.
Yeah. Again, thank you so much, guys. I can't thank all you guys enough. Roger, again, I love you so much, brother. Thank you, Bobby. I love you too. I know you're at work. I love you all on the panelists, Eddie, Blue, Love for Blue, and everyone is in the chat. Much love to Liam Lane for all the updates. Everyone else that was on the panel. thank you. So again, I much appreciate your contributions, helping this community grow. We're approaching 8,000 subscribers right now. We're just, again, 7,800, just 200. We just hit 7,000 subscribers a few days ago. Just 200 more, we'll be at 8,000. And I'm hoping we reach 10,000 by the time the transfer window shuts, because that's the time we will have a lot of traffic. So thank you, guys. Thank you, Taroho. Thank you, Bobby. Again, much love. And he says, Ruben loves to see a return. We'll help the team. Yeah, that's what I said. Hate him or love him. Again, he's to return. Again, it makes a whole lot of difference. The Prince, Taberho, and who again? This brother here, Agbode. Again, yeah, it's Agbode, Oluwamuyu. Thank you so much. Nice to see you there. And Lamnin, who was here, Bobby Fairview, J-Town, the Prince, Toya A. Where's Lamnin? I can't find you here. Yeah, there you go, my brother. Again, thank you so much. I appreciate you finding time to join the show. With that, we've come to the end of the show. Courtney, it's Kami who was here. I hope to see you guys tomorrow for another Blue Morning Show. Thank you. God bless us all, and bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, brother.
Bye.